Chapter 31. After returning to Grizzly Castle, Geoffrey hid in the tavern room and did not dare to go out. Although not personally involved in the action, invade a spellcaster's private territory and attempt to hurt or even kill the other party. Even as an accomplice, the crime was enough to get him tied in a chain and thrown into a cold and wet prison for a few years. He believed that the reason why he was not arrested by the Federation at the first time was probably because the Necromancer had not had time to divert his attention from the attacker who was shot dead on the spot to him. Fortunately, the Necromancer is still observing the relevant laws of the Federation and has not had the idea of killing him on the spot. If it were other spellcasters, they would probably not be so lucky. A spellcaster whose private territory is invaded and whose personal safety is threatened has the right to fight back to the invader to any extent, even if the other party is an ordinary civilian. Geoffrey paced in the room anxiously, immediately ran away and hid in the countryside to join his sister, or hesitated between the two choices of whether to surrender to the Federation. The sound of a bang knock on the door made him tremble all over and his legs became weak. Who would knock on the door in the middle of the night? Could it be that the Federation came to arrest him? Or is the Necromancer coming to lynch his revenge? Geoffrey's teeth trembled, trying to control his thoughts of jumping into the window and rushing to the door. Who are you? The visitor was wearing a short hunting suit that was half new and not old, and the hood pulled down slightly covered his face. Under the dim lights in the tavern, he couldn't see his specific appearance clearly, and only looked pale and bloodless. The other party seemed to be carrying any weapons, which made Geoffrey feel a little bit better. Mr. Harvey decided to spare your life, he whispered, but you need to provide 2 testimonies. Geoffrey was stunned and said quietly, What testimony? I have told Mr. Harvey everything about it. The testimony of the Federation investigator Bulko Kennard inducing you to falsely accuse Lord Harvey, and the testimony of conspiring with the church's assistant Stanny Kane to assault the caster. The visitor flashed into the room, took out a clear magic stone from his arms, and pointed it at Geoffrey sitting on the chair. This is the magic stone of the shadow. You can repeat your accusation and testimony according to my request. Geoffrey honestly did it, not daring to resist at all. When you go out with me later, I will give you some money and send you to the countryside. When the winter passes, leave St. Valen with this money and don't return to Jackdaw. Geoffrey was delighted. Unexpectedly, the wizard Harvey not only did not pursue his crimes, but also offered him some money, with the only condition that he would not return to Jackdaw Town to live. Although he felt a little unbelievable, he obediently packed his luggage, followed the visitors out of the city, turned into the rugged path of a small hill, and took advantage of the bright moonlight to make it difficult on the mountain road. Go forward. Sir, where are you going to send me? That money. He finally couldn't help but ask questions, worried that he would not get the promised deportment fee. Then I'll send you here, walk along this mountain road, and there is a village that can stay overnight. The man walking in front turned around, took out a small purse from his arms and threw it into Geoffrey's hand. Geoffrey took the purse and felt heavy when he bought it. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and lowered his head to open the count. Suddenly, I felt a mountain wind blowing. Before he could look up, I felt my neck be gently pinched by an extremely cold palm. Knock. Geoffrey's eyes were straight, and a brief horror sound was made in his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground with his back to the sky and the earth. The purse tightly held in his hand loosened, and the coins contained in it were scattered all over the ground, but not only gold pounds, but also a lot of silver and copper coins mixed in pieces. Nympho! Come back so soon. Reiner stood on the ladder and carefully carried out daily maintenance of the Zero machine while looking at Pierce, a hunter who had just returned to the manor. The hunter stomped his feet, shook off the soil stained on his boots, took another piece of cotton cloth, and carefully wiped the dust on it. This is the new boots given to him by Lord Harvey, hand-sewn in reindeer skin. It is said to be from the Alchemy Union of Days, the kingdom of the wizard. It is waterproof and wear-resistant, and is a good product that only nobles can afford to wear. Of course, I don't want to rush through the day, the annoying sunlight will burn my skin. Pierce, who has undergone blood exchange surgery, is now essentially a mixed-race race. Although his desire for blood is not as intense as that of a purebred vampire, his disgust of sunshine comes from instinct. He only ran with his legs and his speed was no longer much slower than the horse, so he volunteered to help Lena take this trip, and it took him half a night to go back and forth. Anyway, he doesn't need to fall asleep at night now. Reiner put down the tools in his hand, was silent for a while before saying, Then, that money, have you given it to me? Pierce covered the door of the laboratory workshop and replied casually, "It was delivered, but Reiner, I honestly think you are a little sorry for your actions. Don't forget, your and my lives were saved by the adults." He frowned and reminded, "Especially, think about the sin you suffered when you suffered from the cold epidemic. What about now? The adults not only do it, you saved it and let you follow Mr. Asterin to learn literacy and learn magic. I can't even think about this kind of treatment." After taking care of his boots, the hunter threw down the cotton cloth in his hand and looked at Reiner with a little complaint. Reiner was stunned for a moment, and reluctantly argued, I know I'm sorry for this. But that's my son. Pierce." He pulled a charge line and inserted it into his body, and slowly sat down on the alchemy instrument. "There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book." Since the adult has let him go, he never mentioned it to me afterwards, and did not blame me at all. I just hope that he can live a peaceful life in the future. Those money, are all saved by me in my free time, using the scattered parts discarded by adults and some gadgets made by myself to the merchants who come to the manor to deliver goods every week. Poor parents in the world. I have sent him away. This time I will keep it a secret for you, but I will not be the case." Pierce sighed, but said silently in his heart, "I'm sorry friend, I must carry out Lord Harvey's mission." Harvey and Asterin walked side by side, walking and chatting in the orchard along the walls outside the manor. "Is this what you call the human nature of alchemy life?" Asterin was a little confused. He didn't quite understand Harvey's intention. Wizards are different from ordinary people. They have acquired power, knowledge, and lifespan that ordinary people cannot obtain. From the perspective of life level, they should be considered extraordinary people strictly. Things created by wizards using knowledge and magic, whether puppets, zombies, or alchemists, are essentially vassals and tools, and will not pay much attention to them. But Harvey is obviously different. He is not keen on transforming zombies or creating zombies. Instead, he has a special liking for those sophisticated and complex alchemy instruments. If it weren't for the evil orc corpses stuffed in the cellar, he would have mistakenly thought that the other party's true identity was actually a talented alchemist. He also paid special attention to his experimental creation, the alchemy creature named Reiner, who neither used it as a servant nor used it as a weapon. Their daily communication was like an employer and subordinate, as well as a teacher and a student. "You don't understand, Asterin, I'm doing this for 2 reasons. Harvey seemed to have anticipated the other party's confusion and explained patiently. Renner was the first alchemy life I had successfully experimented with, but he was more than just an experimental creature. I think any object that carries the human soul should be treated as a real person. Only in this way can I stabilize my cognition, maintain my humanity, and avoid me from being lost in those extraordinary knowledge and power." Asterin nodded in a vague way. He had indeed heard of many examples of the existence of high-level wizards and even legendary spellcasters being overly addicted to the endless knowledge and extraordinary power brought by magic. "But you are just a junior mage. Do you need to start thinking about these issues so early?" Asterin could only secretly complain about these words in his heart. Chapter 32. Harvey suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Asterin and asked, "By the way, what did you mean when we rescued you from the ruins of the ancient wizard?" "That was some strange creatures I found when I woke up occasionally." Asterin's eyes flashed with crimson fire, as if trying to recall. "In the wizard's ruins, there are often a kind of strange beetle, which is extremely numerous, as if it is pouring out from the ground. At the beginning, I thought it was just an ordinary group of insects, until I discovered that their target was the Philosopher's Stone stored in the Mage Tower. Those beetles are frantically looking for items and ores rich in magic energy, and even the alchemy potions in bottles and jars are not spared. As long as they contain a trace of magic energy, they are their target's foraging." He squatted down, picked up a round pebbles, and handed them to Harvey, who felt inexplicable. After devouring magic energy, those insects will immediately mate and lay eggs, and then die quickly, gradually turning into metallic orbs like pebbles. Harvey was stunned and suddenly remembered the metal pebbles that were picked off from the ceiling of the ancient wizard ruins. "Wait. Come with me." He pulled Asterin back to the study and handed him the bag of pebbles that had almost been forgotten in the warehouse. "Yes, this is what is transformed after the insect dies. As for how it is embedded in the ceiling of the Mage Tower, I don't know." Asterin gave a positive answer. Harvey poured all 7 or 8 beetle pebbles in the bag onto the desk. I've tried burning with flames, corroding acid, and cutting with a wire saw, but there was no way to destroy it. I thought it was some kind of undiscovered, extremely dense hard ore, but I didn't expect it to be transformed by a living beetle. Harvey felt that perhaps he had little knowledge and had to find a way to get guidance from those knowledgeable advanced spellcasters at the next forum exchange meeting. Asterin pinched a pebble with his metal palm and threw it up and played with it casually. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and hesitantly proposed, since it is transformed from a living body, maybe you can try to analyze it with the same living matter. Life matter? Harvey fell into deep thought when he heard Asterin's proposal. Nympho. At night, the spacious experimental workshop was brightly lit, and Harvey lit up all the magic stones hanging from the ceiling. Sir, this strange stone looks useless, why do you have to dismantle it? Reiner frequently replaced many pendant tools such as welding guns, wire saws, grinding wheels, etc., but they all returned in vain. When the grinding wheel was even grinding and cutting the beetle ore, it directly cracked into several pieces due to excessive stress, almost scratching the ugly marks on his prosthesis. Harvey wore a metal mask with hardened crystal lenses on his eyes, and the sound he heard when he spoke was a bit dull. This beetle lives by devouring demonic energy. Its products must carry a certain residual magic energy. Strictly speaking, it is a magic material, but its function is unknown. As long as it is unknown, it has value worth in-depth research. Harvey arranged for Reiner to stand next to the metal lab table to operate, while Asterin observed and prevented emergencies. As for Pierce, night is now his normal activity time, and he is more willing to patrol and guard the outside of the manor, and capture some small animals by the way, and collect some fresh blood for himself as a reward. Harvey uses tube pliers made by Reiner to securely secure the beetle ore to the metal countertop to prevent it from rolling randomly during the experiment. Then, from a row of glass test tubes, a test tube containing half of the light yellow liquid was drawn out. This is an alchemy material produced in the Mist Mountains, a magical material extracted from the mutated golden tree trunk. It has rich life energy and is the main casting material for many natural magic. Use a dropper to draw out a few drops and carefully drip them on the surface of the beetle ore. The liquid gently slides down like oil, leaving no traces on the ore, and no experimental reaction appears. He immediately replaced a new beetle ore and redrawed a plant extract containing the same natural casting material. Still no response. Clean the ore and replace it. Half an hour passed, and all the experimental materials in a row of glass test tubes were tried, but none of them worked. Asterin stood by the laboratory bench and felt that if he had not been transformed into alchemy life, he would have fallen asleep yawning. Harvey and Reiner were still very excited, one operation and the other was assisting, and they were skillfully and smoothly changing the experimental materials. What a natural research caster! Harvey took off the metal mask and breathed a sigh of relief, took the soft towel that Reiner handed over to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The magic materials of the nature system are completely invalid, at least the dozens of them I currently have are in this situation. Is it because the level of spell casting materials is too low and the magic energy contained is not sufficient? What if during the experiment, the energy concentrating instrument of Zero Machine is used to connect the beetle ore and directly output the pure magic energy extracted from the magic network to it? The magic version of scientific experiments can also be added to Catalyst. Thinking of this, Harvey decided to try it immediately and do it as soon as he says. He asked Reiner to lead a thin charging pipeline and use a bracket with inscriptions to firmly fix the beetle ore. These inscriptions can realize the instant input of huge magic network energy when charging. It has the same effect as the inscriptions on Reiner and Astalin's alchemical prosthesis. The experiment continues. Reiner activated the energy gathering mode of Unit 0 and adjusted its energy output frequency to the intensity of his daily charging. Harvey put on the mask again and observed the beetle ore fixed on the bracket by the lock. Sure enough. After the ore was input with magic network energy, it vibrated slightly, and the originally metallic surface gradually became transparent, showing a strange scene like liquid flowing inside. It is not a pure solid? Harvey looked closer and found that the ore reaction was limited to this, and there was no further fruitful discovery. Reiner, increase the output frequency. Increase the frequency again. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book, one forum, one look. Not enough, I want to see the specific reaction inside the ore. Reiner tightly grasped the brass operating handle of Unit 0 and reminded with some concern, Sir, Don't increase it anymore, the instrument is about to overload. Use the cooling device to temporarily cool it down and maintain energy output. Harvey ordered without raising his head. Reiner could only pull up another joystick in a hurry, and several brackets with frozen magic stones were raised and tightly fitted on the main body of the brass cylinder of Unit 0. Push it up one more level, the liquid material inside the ore is accelerating the flow. Harvey quickly issued another order. Reiner could only pull the handle again with a bitter face. The violent humming sound of Unit 0 resounded throughout the laboratory, and the entire body of the fuselage vibrated slightly. Under this huge input of magic energy, the beetle ore finally showed the morphological changes that Harvey hoped for. The liquid material that was originally flowing slowly inside it quickly dissipated, and the entire ore suddenly burst into a dazzling light like daylight. Harvey subconsciously closed his eyes, and only heard the warnings from Reiner and Stalin at the same time. Be careful! My lord, be careful! The violent explosion was accompanied by a loud bang, and Harvey felt that he was hit head-on by a huge force. It's over. I'm dead. This was the only thought in his mind. When he opened his eyes with difficulty, he found that the mask had been blown away. There were two tall alchemical prostheses pressing on his body, and the wide metal chest armor covered his fragile chest and head. It felt like his ribs were broken. My lord! Are you okay? Reiner and Stalin quickly got up and began to check Harvey's body. Strange. Why didn't such a violent explosion kill me on the spot? At least I should have lost some limbs, right? Harvey touched his body. All parts were intact. He was facing the explosion at close range, but why was there no sign of injury except for the ribs that were slightly painful from being pressed by the two alchemists? Son of Fire Phil Holden was sitting in front of the magic brain, dancing his fingers excitedly and typing quickly on the keyboard. He and the Frost Giant had been in a friendly exchange for 3 hours because of a research problem involving the analysis of rare spell-casting materials. Although the entire academic exchange process was full of non-special terms such as shit, stupid pig, and low-intelligence bastard. But overall, Phil felt that he still had a slight advantage. He was planning to transmit a summary message at the end, and then attach some emotional catharsis words to end this virtual magic battle that made him proud tonight. Suddenly, I found that the inscriptions on the base of the magic brain instrument, which was originally working normally, suddenly went out, and the mercury tadpoles used to form the text on the crystal plate that displayed the content information also dissipated and disappeared. Hey? What happened? The high-level spellcaster was stunned on the spot. I just racked my brains to write so much content, but I wrote it in vain? Chapter 33. Harvey pressed down his ribs that were so painfully pressed by two alchemy bodies and walked to the lab that was messy and impacted by the explosion. The beetle ore that exploded on the spot due to overcharging disappeared and seemed to have exploded to ashes. Why did such a strong explosion impact affect the human body without causing any damage? Harvey picked up the fixed bracket that was blown away and muttered to himself in extreme confusion. Is it because this energy comes from the magic net, so it is absorbed by the magic net during the release process? We should not rush the experiments on unknown magic materials. This kind of death behavior can survive as pure luck, and we may not have such good luck in the future. There are more research-type spellcasters who die in their crazy magic experiments every year than those who die on the demon battlefield in the Evil Moon Mountains. It's better to honestly use the alchemy reagents in the test tube and conduct contact analysis experiments one by one. After all, the exhaustive method is theoretically the safest in any experimental field. As long as those church witch hunters no longer come to cause trouble for themselves, time is the least valuable consumable for Harvey. Pierce, who was hearing sensitive, was attracted by the explosion from afar and rushed back to the laboratory to check. Asterin looked at the pale and bloodless New Blood clan, suddenly had a whimsical idea. How about trying the Blood clan's blood? This is the top casting material. Harvey then remembered that vampires' blood are essential materials for casting advanced magic in many magic books. It is even rumored that some legendary forbidden spell casting or guiding materials need to be added to assist. The only difference is that higher vampire blood is required with better quality. Pierce also heard Asterin's suggestion, and was stunned for a moment and rolled up her sleeves decisively. Sir, how much do you need? Before Harvey could answer, Asterin reached out and pressed Pierce's shoulder, and in the tone of his predecessors, he scolded him with a little disgusting, "Have you gone to eat those nauseous animals again today?" The blood. Pierce was stunned, lowered her head and said, just 2 weasels, Mr. Asterin. I told you not to keep getting the blood of animals living in dirty mud and sewers. If you have a certain degree of repulsion for sucking human blood, hunt some reindeer or antelope, don't predate, and don't eat scavengers. The hunter nodded repeatedly, indicating that he remembered it. He still seems to be not used to his blood clan identity, and always takes whatever he catches, and does not want to deliberately collect blood from large animals, making himself seem very different from Harvey and Reiner's life. Harvey was also happy to see that Pierce's self-awareness is still at the level of human identity, unlike Asterin, who deliberately taught him many historical traditions and cultural habits about the blood clan. After extracting about dozens of milliliters of blood from Pierce, Harvey carefully divided it into several parts and put it into a glass test tube. Fortunately, he is not short of money now. He used the blood drawn from Pierce to sell it on the forum, which made Harvey feel that it was a very unethical idea. However, it is still possible to retain part of the blood for subsequent magic research. This high-level spell-casting material is so precious that it is hard to find even in Alea. After simply cleaning up the endgame of the experiment failure, Harvey immediately began to prepare for a new round of experiments. This time, he was going to use vampire blood to try to analyze the fusion beetle ore. Reiner was afraid of the explosion again, so he said that he would not let Harvey do it himself. He volunteered to put on the experimental mask that was useless to him and stood in front of the laboratory bench. It's quite like a research wizard. Asterin simulated a crisp whistle, teased Reiner, and slightly eased the tension. According to the plan, Harvey was arranged to stand 5 meters away from the experimental bench. Asterin stood in front of him and completely blocked him. He only cast the magic of the reconnaissance eye and approached the laboratory bench to observe and guide Lena. Operate. Pierce, restart the energy concentrating instrument. The hunter nodded, pulled down the joystick, and reignited the zero that had just been crashed due to energy overload. Harvey could only pray quietly in his heart, hoping that the members of the forum would not communicate and share important knowledge in the middle of the night, otherwise this sudden server restart might cause them to lose contact and collapse on the spot. Reiner, who has changed to work mode, seems to have completely discarded all kinds of negative emotions in human nature. His metal cast arms and palms operate stably, and he is also extremely accurate and sensitive to the energy transmission situation. The beetle ore is quickly charged and maintained in a sensitive stage of filling but not excessive amounts. Then he pinched the test tube containing Pierce's blood, used the dropper to extract a small part of it, and dripped it on the surface of the beetle ore that was undergoing a fierce reaction inside. The change happened at this moment. The ore instantly absorbed all the vampire blood dripped on the surface, and the substance that originally flowed like a liquid inside instantly solidified and stood still. After a few seconds, the ore shell quickly disintegrated like weathering, revealing a ball of amber gaseous substance inside. But the mass of matter did not really dissipate like air, but remained in a condensed state, suspended above the fixed bracket like a miniature cloud. Reiner was stunned on the spot. What is this? It looks like a ball of cotton. He subconsciously stretched out his fingers made of metal and bones, wanting to touch it gently to feel its shape. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Harvey manipulated the reconnaissance technique from a distance, and had no time to speak to stop his dangerous behavior. Stop! Reiner, don't touch! The moment the miniature cloud touched Reiner's fingertips, it seemed to come alive and quickly flowed into his body along Reiner's fingertips. From the palm to the forearm, then to the shoulder, the chest, and finally gathered at the head. The air mass seemed to consciously spread all the way up along Reiner's body. All the places it passed, the alchemical inscriptions engraved on them instantly lit up, bursting out with a stronger light than before. In the eye sockets on Reiner's metal head, the originally swaying blue soul fire immediately turned into a blazing white, forming a miniature but high-speed rotating vortex. All the inscriptions on his alchemical torso lit up, and maintained an unprecedented constant light. Reiner only felt that there was a strange and huge energy in his body, which was quickly gathering in his eyes, and seemed to be about to break through his body. He couldn't say a word, so he could only turn his neck with difficulty and raise his head to look at the ceiling full of pipes. The next moment, the others saw 2 blazing lights shooting out from Reiner's eyes. The columnar light directly penetrated the ceiling of the experimental workshop and shot straight into the dark night sky at a speed that could not be observed by the naked eye. Pierce rushed to Reiner's side and helped Reiner, who was kneeling on his knees, up. Everyone stared at the huge hole with neat edges on the ceiling, and they were speechless for a while. Reiner looked around at the dazed people in a daze, and whispered awkwardly, today's moon is so round. In the wizard kingdom of DOS, a high-level spellcaster rolled off the chair to the ground with a pale face. He got up with a look of horror, and ran to the room on the higher floor of the mage tower. Teacher! I just observed an unknown magic energy in the magic net. He rushed into the room breathlessly and shouted to the old man who was sitting on the couch meditating. That incredibly huge energy impact just passed by my positioning magic pattern. He was still in shock and kept muttering in fear. Almost shattered my magic pattern. The secret is above. I almost died. The old man who woke up from meditation frowned and reprimanded with a serious face. I told you a long time ago that with your current ability, don't try to roam in the magic net easily. It's too dangerous. You may die at any time. Chapter 34. The winter in Jackdaw Town passed peacefully. The fierce and difficult battle to defend the manor that Harvey had expected did not happen. Pierce took the alchemy beast to patrol and guard the border of the mountains every day, but apart from the wild beasts migrating back and forth, there was no shadow of an evil orc. Astalin also took Reiner back to the ancient wizard ruins again, carefully searching for more beetle ores scattered in the pit. After repeated tests, Harvey has roughly known the purpose of this strange substance. That is a super strong compressed magic energy carrier similar to a nuclear battery. He believes that this energy carrier can not only be used to load on the alchemy prosthesis, but also allow Reiner to cast an energy shock wave like the Death Eyes to directly penetrate and obliterate the target object. This energy can even cross the space barrier between reality and the magic network, achieving a cross-dimensional attack effect without using the magic matrix. It's a pity that the evil orcs never returned to Jackdaw Ridge after retreating, otherwise Harvey wouldn't mind letting them be his target for firepower testing. Not long after the snow melted, the church and the Union staff returned to Jackdaw Town first. The Magic Affairs examiner Bako Conrad had just walked back to the town. From a distance, Harvey was seen waiting at the gate of the Union branch with the alchemical puppet made of bones and metal. "Ah, Master Harvey, I heard that you didn't evacuate here in winter." The slightly bald spellcaster Donnie was the first to greet him. Harvey smiled and nodded, "Yes, the evil orcs didn't cross the mountains this winter, it's really my luck." Bako frowned slightly, and his eyes swept over the two people with a little disgust, and he walked past them without saying a word and prepared to enter the hall. "Wait, Mr. Bako!" Harvey shouted. The examiner stopped and looked back, his expression becoming more and more impatient. "Mr. Burko, I think you may have forgotten the incident of entering my manor to investigate before winter." Harvey didn't care at all. He took out a thin document from his arms and handed it to Donnie, who was standing next to him. "This is the complaint I submitted to the Federation," he explained lightly. Donnie, who was slightly bald, was a little surprised. He smoothed the sparse hair hanging on his forehead and politely opened the document on the spot to read it. This is, you want to complain about Mr. Burko." Donnie only glanced at it for a few times and looked at Burko with some embarrassment. "Yes, I think this direct accusation without prior investigation has violated the Federation's regulations and caused me a reputational humiliation." He looked around at all the members of the Federation branch standing around, and his tone gradually became serious. "And, if I remember correctly, when Mr. Burko came to investigate me, he did not show the relevant investigation permit, right?" Everyone in the Federation was stunned when they heard this, and subconsciously looked at Burko, who was standing at the door with a sullen face. "No, it shouldn't be. I've never been involved in this investigation." Downey, who was in charge of the audit of magic affairs, murmured. He knew in his heart that Burko was planning to act first and report later, but he still couldn't bear to expose his colleague in person. "Maybe you don't know, just a week ago, about this investigation of magic experiments involving civilians, it was Mr. Jeffrey, the victim's family member, that Mr. Burko believed." Harvey paused and continued, "He actually conspired with a church deacon to invade my manor laboratory and tried to attack and kill me." He took out a magic stone and gently threw it into Downey's hand. "This is Mr. Burko's investigation at home, as well as the clips of the day of the attack, and Mr. Jeffrey's own testimony." The video clips were deliberately edited by Harvey, eliminating the scenes of Reiner and others' counterattack, leaving only the scenes of Stanley and Jeffrey invading the laboratory and taking the lead in the sneak attack. An elderly spellcaster standing next to Downey grabbed the magic stone and quickly activated it to cast a light and shadow picture. Everyone looked at these blurred fragments with a serious face. "The scum of the church. I knew that these hypocritical people who are kind on the surface are still eyeing us covetously behind our backs." Someone cursed in a low voice with gnashing teeth. Although there are many factions and internal struggles within the Federation, when it comes to long-term conflicts and contradictions with the Church, they will choose to unite and face the outside world. Because everyone is a spellcaster, and they are all evil wizards who have been regarded as heretics and blasphemies by the Church, and they should all be sent to the stake. Especially in the management area of St. Valen where the Federation is weak, it can be said that every wizard family with a long history has members who have died at the hands of witch hunters in the Church in the past. This feud that has lasted for hundreds of years cannot be easily erased by a short truce and peace talks. Burko's face was ashen, and he looked at the people around him, all of whom looked at him with serious and complicated eyes. You suspect that I have joined forces with the Church and am suspected of attacking fellow spellcasters. He almost gritted his teeth to say this. The impatient old spellcaster stepped forward and said, "We don't want to make a direct judgment, Burko, but you need to explain to the top leaders of the Federation. No mistakes in one sentence, one post, one content, one six, one book, one forum." As he spoke, he raised his palm slightly, faintly stimulating the fluctuation of magical energy. This is a combat mage who can cast spells instantly. When he was young, he had fought against the demons in the Evil Moon Mountains. He was rehired to his hometown of St. Valen before he retired. "I didn't conspire with the Church. This is a slander against me." Burko suppressed the trembling in his voice. "You are going to attack me based on the testimony of a lowly necromancer before I was convicted, Mr. Joyce. The battle between spellcasters of the same level is often not about the power of spells, but the speed of spellcasting. He is just a research-type spellcaster and can't beat Joyce, who used to be a combat mage. Watch your words, Burko Conrad. The Federation requires that no discrimination be made against spellcasters of any faction." The old mage did not relax his attention, but just signaled other colleagues with his eyes. Immediately, two people walked to Burko's side, forming a situation of implicitly attacking and coercing him. "I want you to go to the headquarters and cooperate with the investigation. The highest security purpose of the Federation is to never let go of any possible traitor." Donnie stood beside Harvey, looking at Burko, who was left with a pale face by the crowd, and sighed with some regret. "Mr. Burko, ruined by his prejudice and discrimination." "Master Harvey, the matter has not been concluded yet, so you don't need to follow us to Dias to cooperate with the investigation. The Federation did not set up an investigation headquarters in St. Valen, and the nearest investigation agency was in the neighboring country of Dias." Harvey nodded in understanding. He did not expect that this level of accusation would directly convict Burko of the felony of betraying the Federation. At most, he would teach him a lesson and let him be transferred out of Jackdaw Town. More importantly, we must lodge a solemn protest with the Church and ask them to thoroughly investigate the matter and find out those stubborn witch hunters of the God's Punishment sect. Harvey found that there were already several spellcasters who were temporarily responsible for the negotiation. They did not even enter the branch gate, and walked directly to the Church angrily. Donnie patted Harvey on the shoulder and comforted him a little embarrassedly. "Don't worry, once the matter is thoroughly investigated, the Federation will definitely compensate you for all the losses you have suffered in terms of reputation and personal integrity." Chapter 35. At night, it was not time to sleep yet. Harvey yawned and forced himself to sit in front of the magic brain instrument. Due to various delays during this period, his biological clock has been completely disrupted. First, he was worried about the return of the evil orcs, and then he had to prepare for Astalin's affairs all night, plus the sudden attack by the witch hunters. "If you don't sleep during the day, you will suffer at night," Harvey said to himself while pinching his throbbing eyebrows. In the past, he had maintained a self-disciplined life of resting and relaxing during the day and meditating and working at night. Now it has become a two-shift mode of tutoring Pierce and Reiner in literacy during the day and conducting beetle or experiments with Reiner at night. But they are all alchemical life forms that can be full of energy as long as they are charged, but I can only survive by relying on my physical body. Why don't I just complete the transformation of alchemical life forms? Harvey slapped his head fiercely. No, no. Stop. Stop this dangerous idea. Experimental research is for entrepreneurial projects. Entrepreneurial projects are for getting rich quickly, and the ultimate goal of getting rich is to enjoy life. Looking at the crystal plate of the magic brain instrument in front of him, reflecting his pale face with dark circles under his eyes, Harvey couldn't help but sigh silently. I have to find a way to get some alchemical potions to improve my physical fitness. The physical fitness of research-type spellcasters is too weak. Of course, if you can successfully promote to an intermediate spellcaster, your physical fitness will also be transformed by the magic network energy to a certain extent, but the promotion of research-type spellcasters depends on the knowledge capacity acquired and the research of the magic matrix. This is much more difficult than the promotion of combat-type spellcasters. After sorting out his scattered thoughts, Harvey tapped the keys and entered his form code on the magic brain, successfully entering the caster form. The codes of many form members on the crystal plate are lighting up one by one as time goes by. Hand of Elements, good evening, everyone. Frost Giant, good evening, everyone. At Mr. Son of Flame, after the exchange meeting tonight, are you willing to continue to discuss the previous research issues in depth? Harvey covered his face speechlessly. These two are the most active members in the forum recently, but the content of the exchange is full of gunpowder, and the words are so fierce that Harvey, who is trying to peek and plagiarize, can't bear it. Son of Flame, of course. Happy to accompany you. By the way, I want to ask Mr. Administrator, is the sudden interruption of communication in the forum last time related to the abnormal phenomenon of the magic network during that period? Frost Giant, I have the same question. There was a sudden strong energy impact in the magic network. I was in roaming mode at the time and was almost affected to a certain extent. Scorching Lord, Mr. Turing seems to be away tonight. I'm afraid that someone like him would not be interested in listening to our discussion of such a level of issues all the time. Harvey couldn't help but smile. Forum members didn't know that the main reason why he logged in invisible at every exchange meeting was that he was afraid that they would just throw out a question and hit his knowledge blind spot accurately. A junior high school student pretending to be a doctoral supervisor in front of a group of graduate students and doctoral masters still needs to be very careful. The most important thing to maintain your status is not to forget the wise saying that too much talk leads to mistakes. Scorching Lord, so I suggest that you don't try to roam easily in the near future. If you are affected by that abnormal energy wave, your life may be in danger. Harvey didn't try to roam the magic network during this period, so he didn't know what the abnormal fluctuations of the magic network they mentioned were. He only vaguely felt that it might be related to the pure and huge energy shock wave that Reiner accidentally released when he was studying beetle ore. After all, the energy shock was indeed observed in the end, and it directly penetrated the space plane and entered the higher dimensional magic network space from reality. I didn't expect this energy shock to be so dangerous. It almost accidentally injured a forum member. Harvey said secretly. It seems that he has to be cautious in conducting experiments in the future. Thinking of this, his heart moved, and he raised his hand to type a message on the typing keys. Kel'Thuzad, did anyone observe what changes the energy wave finally produced? Kel'Thuzad, did it escape in the magic network? Or hit something? I am willing to pay a certain amount of points to obtain the data of this observation result. In fact, it is most appropriate to ask Mr. Scorching Lord, who is suspected to be a legendary spellcaster, directly about this question, but Harvey thinks that the other party should not be interested in a simple point reward. After all, in the past period of time, this gentleman with profound magic knowledge has mainly provided help to members' research and spell problems in the forum as a knowledge provider, and his accumulated points are ranked first. There are not many things that can be exchanged with him, and he has no shortage of points. Hand of Elements, when the energy shock appeared, I immediately sensed the danger and left the magic network space, so I did not observe any effective information. Son of Flame, I was exchanging knowledge with Mr. Frost Giant at the time. After the abnormal fluctuation appeared, the forum immediately interrupted the communication and it was not restored until 2 hours later. Man in the mirror, indeed, I had a material in the process of transmission at the time, and the fluctuation of the magic network also affected the transmission, causing the material to be damaged during the transmission process. At Mr. Heart of the Forest, please rest assured that I will send you another material of the same quality later. I will bear the loss personally this time. Harvey covered his face with guilt. Sure enough, the trouble he had caused this time still affected his express delivery business. Fortunately, the customers were more conscious and did not have the awareness of protecting their rights that consumers are God. Otherwise, he really could not afford to pay. Heart of the Forest, this is the price that should be paid for enjoying such convenient technology. I understand. The crowd discussed the problem of the abnormal magic network for a while. Harvey found that Mr. Scorching Overlord never expressed his opinion on the observation results. It seems that he can't do anything about it. However, when he is more proficient in the use of the energy of beetle ore, he can find a way to promote an observation experiment and let this group of knowledgeable and powerful high-level spellcasters participate in it to provide himself with sufficient experimental suggestions and observation data. No mistakes, one post, one content, one book, one bar. The 1-hour forum exchange meeting soon came to an end. The Mirror Man Quinn brothers were preparing to leave the forum with unsatisfied intentions, recording and sorting out the exchange content gained today. Suddenly, I saw a single-person communication from the wild alchemist who had received their anonymous funding on the crystal board of the magic brain. Kel'Thuzad, Mr. Man in the Mirror, are you still online? Man in the Mirror, yes, have you made any progress in your recent research? If you need anything, you can ask, I will try my best to help. Harvey couldn't help but sigh. This man in the mirror was so kind and generous. Why couldn't he meet such a mentor-like person in real life? He immediately thought that his real identity was just a necromancer, and it was good enough not to be discriminated against. It's better to surf the internet anonymously. Kel'Thuzad, I would like to ask, do you have a certain connection or cooperative relationship with the Alchemical Exploration Association? I would like to purchase a batch of scrapped alchemical prostheses from the Exploration Association through you, with no restrictions on models and functions. Kel'Thuzad, of course, you can mention the price, we can slowly discuss it. The Quinn brothers saw the message sent by the other party and both stood there in a daze. Isn't he researching the life-making experiment? Why is he purchasing scrapped prostheses? What use can these scrapped garbage be? Can't they only be sold to the cave dwarves to be recast into inferior alloy materials? Offrey seemed to have thought of something and sighed with some sympathy. He may really be short of funds and want to use scrapped prostheses instead of finished prostheses for experiments. Wouldn't the effect be greatly reduced? This will ruin his experimental progress. Ed frowned. The chief alchemist stood up and walked to the window, muttering to himself with some emotion, alas, the truth path of wild alchemists is so difficult, Ed. Think about the days when we just entered this industry. Sign a note to the apprentice in charge of the scrap processing center and ask them to sort out a batch of better quality scraps and transfer them to Mr. Kel'Thuzad. Chapter 36. When Harvey got up in the morning, he found Reiner sitting restlessly at the door. Reiner, what's wrong? What's wrong with the lab? Since they began to study the universality of beetle ore, Harvey and Reiner often failed to accurately control the degree of catalytic reaction, leading to various experimental accidents. Strangely, whether the beetle ore was released in the form of explosion or energy wave, it never caused any harm to Harvey himself. Even if he faced the accident at close range, he was still unscathed. But Reiner and Astalin were different. Although the alchemical prostheses produced by the Exploration Society, whether they were scrapped models or auxiliary models, used top-notch alloy materials. It was not so bad that the two were directly blown into pieces and could not be put back together in the accident. However, in yesterday's experiment, Pierce climbed to the roof of the laboratory to help Reiner get one of his arms back. But the laboratory was not so lucky. After Reiner equipped the beetle ore and released the Death Eye skill indiscriminately, it was already pierced like a sieve, with the ceiling patched up and the walls leaking air on all sides. No, sir. Reiner explained with a bitter face, I don't know why. Since last night, the teleportation array has been activated, and then a lot of waste parts of alchemical prostheses have poured out of the teleportation array. Reiner, who was on duty that night, was shocked and thought someone was randomly discarding alchemical garbage through the teleportation array. Harvey laughed, that's the material I ordered, not waste. No wonder, Mr. Astalin also said so, he has begun to sort out and classify the pile of garbage, materials. In addition to training the newly converted hybrid Pierce as a descendant of the same race, Astalin's favorite thing to do during this period is to soak in Harvey's study to read books about the history of the continent and participate in all experimental projects conducted in the experimental workshop. The ancient wizard's enthusiasm for history and knowledge is fully reflected in him. Harvey put on his robe and pulled Reiner downstairs. Let's go, let's help Astarin sort it out. Although most of these alchemical parts are damaged and scrapped, the alloy materials used in the casting are of very high quality. Astarin commented while sorting them. Maybe we can try to put together a set of prostheses and replace Reiner with a harder and less energy-consuming one. Harvey also squatted on the ground without any image, identifying and classifying these accessories that were almost piled up into a small mountain one by one. I still don't understand, what is the use of these junk? Pierce relied on the powerful strength talent of the mixed blood race to carry back and forth, and could lift more than 100 kilograms of alloy waste at a time. My lord, if you want to make alloy weapons, I can go to Grizzly Castle with Reiner and steal a batch from the lord's arsenal. If it is a night operation, the stealth ability of the vampires is indeed outstanding. Harvey shook his head and laughed. Do you think there are no spellcasters from the Federation in Grizzly Castle? You and Reiner are vampires in alchemical life, respectively. You are simply the chosen stake pendants. These alchemical wastes purchased in large quantities from Mr. Mirror Man at a very low price are important soul carriers for the subsequent creation of Harvey's own army of soul alchemy beasts. Since the last witch hunter attack, Harvey has been considering moving his experimental workshop away from Jackdaw Town. On the one hand, in addition to Reiner, there are two non-human companions, Astalin and Pierce, who are taboos. The probability of exposure has risen sharply. Every day, he is worried that the Federation and the Church will come to check the water meter together. On the other hand, although he strongly countersued the spellcaster Bako who discriminated against his identity, there is a high probability that he will be dismissed or transferred from Jackdaw Town. However, there are many factions in the Federation that discriminate against necromancers, and it is likely that some stronger opponents will use Bako's case to attack him. In addition, the issue of witch hunters will definitely intensify the long-standing conflict between the Federation and the Church, and he, as the fuse for intensifying the conflict, will attract too much attention. So the best choice is to stay away from it and leave Jackdaw Town, which is about to become a place of right and wrong. Harvey has also considered the destination of relocation in advance. That is the location of the ancient wizard ruins north of Jackdaw Ridge. Not only is it remote, but it is also outside the border of St. Valen. The Federation and the Church have no jurisdiction. You only need to apply for a pioneering order from the Lord to occupy a piece of land openly. As long as you operate it for more than 10 years, the ownership can officially belong to you. Moreover, there is something in the ruins that Harvey covets: the strange beetle he named energy-absorbing bug and the energy ore derived from the beetle. Such a huge, pure natural energy carrier, which is also a renewable resource that can be reproduced with the beetle, is an existence that any spellcaster would regard as a treasure. No mistakes, one post, one content, 1.6, 1.9, one book, one bar. With energy ore, the energy problem is solved, which is equivalent to having a large number of soul alchemy beasts. Harvey's mass production alchemy life plan can finally take shape. After all, the current Unit 0 energy gathering array, in addition to maintaining the Magic Network Forum and express delivery service on a daily basis, also has to provide energy for Reiner and Astalin, and it is already at the critical point of energy supply. The 10 wolf spider alchemy beasts that were transformed before could not have enough energy to supply them. Harvey's physical body alone could not supply enough energy. Otherwise, he would not have failed to set up guards outside the manor in advance during the witch hunter attack, which caught him off guard for a while and almost caused Pierce to lose his life. Not to mention that the Magic Network platform is still providing him with a steady stream of income. In the future, he will have money, combat power, labor, and a wave of evil orc zombies will be delivered on time every year. It is simply a perfect entrepreneurial base. Harvey has already planned that after moving to the new Pioneer territory, he will officially start to expand the scale of the Magic Network Forum and allow founding members to guarantee the recommendation of more high-level spellcasters to join by paying points. In the future, every member who joins the forum will provide him with a generous teleportation array service fee, as well as a steady stream of express delivery fees. Whether it is daily information exchange or discussion of magic matrix and experimental results in the forum, they will appear word for word in Harvey's forum backstage, becoming valuable knowledge that he can plagiarize at any time. The most urgent task now is to quickly classify this batch of alchemical materials and see if he can gather a few alchemical creatures with loading functions to help him move this huge Unit 0 safely to the new territory. The corpses of the evil orcs hunted in the winter before the new year that have been stored in the cellar can finally be used. At least there will be no shortage of porters, so Harvey and Reiner can go into battle themselves. Chapter 37. Forum members can invite a new member to join the forum in the form of recommendation. After new members join, they only have permission to attend the exchange meeting and browse forums. Only after the 10-day review cycle ends can they obtain the same information exchange permissions as official members. The dwarf Copperhammer, code-named Frost Giant, sat in front of the demon brain, and looked at the newly topped full-screen announcement on the crystal panel, and his eyes gradually widened. That's great! He slapped his thighs suddenly, immediately got up and ran to the door, colliding with the dwarf leader Nilai who was about to enter the door. Where are you going in a hurry? The two of them had long and thick beards entangled together, and Nikolai pulled away the copper hammer with disgust. Spellcaster Forum, there are opening new members. The dwarf leader's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the bronze hammer and asked, "Really? How many people can you invite to join?" The copper hammer pulled him to the demon brain and pointed to the notice on the crystal panel. Each official member can invite a new member, but it will be charged 100 points. Tisk, my points are not enough at the moment. It's all because of the bet with the fire pig a few days ago because of a magic material identification issue. The forum member code named Son of Flame has been regarded as the virtual number one enemy by Copper Hammer. Nikolai stroked his thick beard and thought for a moment, proposing, "Can we get some points through exchange? Which member do you think has more points?" Copper Hammer shook his head. "I don't know that the points exchange between members is completely confidential unless he takes the initiative to disclose it." After more than a month of forum exchange, each initial member realized the importance of the caster forum, which is no less than a real-world union. The difference is only one in reality and the other in the magic web plane. Moreover, the forum's completely open and absolutely confidential knowledge and information exchange, and the inter-era technology of instantaneous transmission of materials, participates in the Spellcasters Federation with far more valuable participation than the bloated and cumbersome rules. If the rules do not limit each member to only invite one new member, I am afraid that all members will immediately choose to consume all the points they earn to invite their own faction to take the lead. After all, whoever can take the lead in forming an advantageous group in the forum will be able to gain a large amount of magic network technology and advanced knowledge in the future. Thinking of this, Tonghammer couldn't help but regret not cherishing the hard-earned points, and beat his chest and stamped his feet on the spot. "Damn it! That pig of fire! Win my 20 points! Where are you going to get 100 points now?" The forum now has not many members, and the information exchange sector offers even fewer rewards. The resources that are willing to exchange are often marked with extremely low points before they can be sold. Most people ask for a price to pay back the money. The knowledge that copper hammers are good at is limited to the identification and use of mineral casting materials. He can only be powerless for other categories of knowledge. "Wait! You have new news. Look!" Nikolai widened his eyes and pointed to the flashing message prompt on the crystal panel. "Kel'Thuzad, Mr. Frost Giant, I take the liberty to communicate with you alone. I don't know if you are interested in purchasing some forum points to invite new members to join. Isn't this sleepy encountering a pillow?" The copper hammer pounced in front of the demon brain, controlling the excited trembling hands, and hitting them to reply to the message. "Frost Giant, how many points do you have? Open a price." "Kel'Thuzad, I don't have the need to invite members at the moment, so all my points can be used for exchanges, but before next week's exchange meeting, I must reserve a small part of them. Currently, I can provide you with 50 points. Kel'Thuzad, 100 gold pounds for 1 point, I only accept gold pound transactions, and I will directly transmit them through the magic network, and the freight will be borne by you." Nikolai slapped the table suddenly, almost shaking the demonic brain apart. "Is he robbing? 1 point of 100 pounds? Why didn't he just come to the dungeon to grab me?" He thought it was worth the money to buy an instantaneous teleportation array of 1,000 pounds. After all, the value of technology and functions is currently irreplaceable, and it also provides opportunities to crack and imitate. But he couldn't see or touch the points that could only be traded in the forum, and he had to pay a full 5,000 pounds to buy them, which really made him a little unacceptable. The cave city sold all the magical ore that was sold to the Wizard Kingdom and the Alay Federation every year. After deducting all costs, the net profit was less than 50,000 pounds. He asked him to spit out 1/10 to buy a forum quota. It was really painful. Collapse. Tonghammer calmed down now and analyzed decisively, "No, I think it's worth it. The forum will definitely grow gradually in the future. Today we have occupied a membership quota, and this new member will also have the right to recommend newcomers in the future. Your idea of having 100 teleportation arrays will no longer be delusional." The dwarf leader walked around the room twice, gradually sorted out his thoughts and found that the truth was indeed the case. If you miss this opportunity, you will be a big step behind other members. He believes that every initial member invited to join the forum will definitely have their own huge forces and families behind it. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, "Tell him about the price again." After saying that, he walked to the demonic brain and tilted his butt and squeezed away the copper hammer that was originally sitting on the chair. "Frost Giant, the price is too high, Can it be cheaper? A perfect post. Read the content in the 6-9 book forum. Kel'Thuzad, I'm sorry, I can't lower the price. My experimental research requires a lot of financial support. If you can't accept the price, I will find another buyer. Bronze Hammer screamed, we can't let him sell the points to others. He rushed up and took away the magic brain on the table, hid at the other end of the desk and started typing frantically. Frost Giant, deal. Frost Giant, I have only one request, that is, not to disclose the fact that we traded points privately to any other members. He can't let others know that he lacks points, so that when he encounters a bidding transaction in the future, others can easily grasp his shortcomings and make him miss the opportunity to trade. Kel'Thuzad, no problem. After the transaction was successfully completed, Harvey leaned back in his chair and couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. He didn't just choose one point trading partner. In addition to the Frost Giant, Elemental Hand, Son of Flame, Ghost Captain and others are also his pre-selected trading targets. After all, he can clearly see in the background which people have enough points to invite new members and which people lack points. Except for the Scorching Overlord who has sufficient points, other members have more or less insufficient points. Even those who have been lurking and rarely spoke before have eagerly expressed their desire to trade points. What he is most satisfied with is that almost everyone said that they need to keep the transaction confidential, so as not to let others know their embarrassment, which is not conducive to subsequent transactions in the forum. This wave of secretly forcing everyone to Krypton Gold to make money can immediately make the large amount of funds he needs to open up new territories in the future directly abundant. Sure enough, the end of entrepreneurship is to do everything possible to cut leaks and make money. Chapter 38. The wasteland north of the Shenji Mountains. When the snow is about to melt and not melt, it is the most difficult day. Without any harvest purely on reserves before winter, spending the long and cold winter is an extremely difficult time for most races living in the northern wastelands. Early spring brings not only continuous cold rain, but also cold, hunger and death. But Short Vaughn felt that this winter was different from any previous winter. He believed that he had something more precious: freedom. Vaughn is a half-orc, a local born by humans who were captured by demons and evil orcs on the wasteland, and crossed with alien races. Most of the time, a lowly person like him is called short-living, which means that from birth to adulthood, he can survive at most 16 years old, and he can't even wait for his offspring. Either die in the war enlistment of the demons and are driven to the front line of fighting against humanity to fill in the pit. Or they were tied up by ropes and threw them into the mines of the evil orc tribe to death. Vaughn felt that his lifelong luck was spent on this journey of following the evil orc tribe to rob. They were driven away by whips and slowly migrated from the ice field that was originally frozen to the warmth of the Shenji Mountains. They were arranged by the tribe in their camps to be responsible for logging wood, burning mud, building kilns, and making rice. Without having to cross the Divine Ridge Mountains to enter the human kingdom, fighting head-on with the human wizards who throw terrible fireballs and ice blades from their hands at any time, Vaughn is extremely sure that he can survive this winter. This luck lasted until a month ago, when the evil orcs captured a group of human slaves and brought them back to the camp. The orc coolie led by Vaughn was handed over to the care of the orc coolie. These humans were not only slaves who could be used to exchange supplies with the demons, but also fresh food on their way back to the ice field later. Vaughn did not treat these slaves as badly as others. He was different from other orcs. He had seen his mother and knew clearly that half of the blood flowing on his body was the same as these humans. The news of the demon clan's sudden invasion of the royal court of the evil orc tribe came from the ice field. The small tribe where Vaughn was located had not yet established a foothold and hurried back. In order to avoid the burden on the return journey, they randomly chopped the slaves locked in the wooden cage, and quickly evacuated the camp with a large army. The orc coolie followed, except Vaughn. He hugged a child who had just lost his mother, hid in the corner of the cage, pressing several corpses on his body, avoiding the javelin wooden thorns that the evil orcs could randomly poke at the cage. The child was frightened and recovered for a while. He tore off a strip of cloth from the dead man and tied Vaughn's piercing wound on his calves. SHH. Sam should be gentle, be careful that there are still evil orcs who have not left behind nearby. Vaughn wrinkled an ugly and terrifying beast face, bared his fangs and couldn't comfort the trembling child. The child named Sam stopped sobbing instantly. He had been arrested for half a month and was already very familiar with this terrifyingly beautiful brother Vaughn. He likes to secretly put a few pieces of roasted cassava into every child's cage every night when patrolling. Brother Vaughn is an ugly, good person. A low moan came from the cage next to him. Vaughn was refreshed, and there were still those who survived. He hid Sam back into the pile of corpses and crawled out of the open cage with his bloody wounded legs, groping with the sound of moaning. There were 2 injured people, one of whom was penetrated by a javelin, and blood flowed down his chest to his waist, half of his body was covered in blood. The other person was not so lucky. He was pierced and could faintly see his white intestines with huge open wounds. He probably couldn't survive. The entire camp was quiet in the night, with only a few campfires not extinguished yet, and the evil orcs walked too fast to kill all the human slaves that had been plundered. Vaughn dragged the 2 injured people out of the pile of dead people, tied the person with serious abdominal injuries firmly with a strip of cloth, and continued to examine the remaining cages. "Vaughn? You weren't taken away? God!" Another ferocious orc came out of the bushes, almost scaring Vaughn to death. "Defu, why are you left behind?" He recognized that this was another coolie who worked in the same team as him, and also a tribe of similar age. "They thought I was delayed and kicked me into the river. I could do it, hee." He bent over and approached, helping Vaughn drag the surviving human wounded out of the pile of corpses and perform a simple treatment for wounds. "Leave these slaves behind, let's run away quickly, Vaughn." The orcs hesitated a little, scratched their sparse hair, and murmured, "But they are all injured, I'm afraid they can't get back to their hometown." Duff frowned and couldn't help but sneer. "Do you still want to send them back? I'm afraid that as soon as we arrived at the border, we would be shot to death by those human guards." He pointed to his face, then to Vaughn's protruding fangs. "Don't forget our identity, not humans, not their tribe." I hurt so much, it's so cold." The injured person who had just been dragged out moaned in confusion, and a long wound on his waist was slowly oozing blood from under the wounded strip. Vaughn tied the cloth tighter, looked around the dozen injured people lying on the ground, and gritted his teeth and said, "At least save people first, you can't leave them here to wait for death. We also have half human blood in us, so they are half of our kind." Duff was finally persuaded by Vaughn. After the 2 of them simply dealt with the wounded, Sam, who was covered in snot and tears but unharmed, began to collect supplies and food that could be used to rescue the wounded from the abandoned camp of the evil orcs. It was too cold, and there might be a freezing rain in the second half of the night. If these people were left in the open space, they would definitely freeze to death. Even if there was no freezing rain, their wounds would quickly deteriorate after being soaked in water, which would be more painful than freezing to death. Fortunately, they found a cowhide tent that had not been taken away in time. Although there were several holes, Sam plugged the gaps with hay and could barely keep out the wind and rain. They dragged a dozen wounded people into the tent, lit a fire to keep warm, and finally settled down temporarily. The meat they hunted a few days ago was taken away. Daff searched the entire camp and only found a few wilted cassava, which were roasted by the fire. Vaughn said nothing, unbuttoned his leggings that were stained by mud, and found that the wound was a little red, swollen and white. "I'll go to the river to get some water, you and Sam stay and don't leave." He also wanted to take this opportunity to sort out his chaotic thoughts. It was not a bad thing to be missed by the evil orcs and not brought back to the ice field, but he didn't really have a good place to choose. Following this group of survivors to return to the human kingdom to live was something he dared not think about. Maybe staying in this warm area near the south is also a good choice. He and Dave are both good hunters. Unfortunately, the expected peace did not last more than a quarter of an hour. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. When Vaughn returned to the camp with the broken pottery jar, he found that there was another person next to the campfire. Dave, who was originally guarding the original place, was stepped on the chest by this person and pressed to the ground and could not move. Sam was trembling with fear, but he didn't dare to cry out loudly. He shrank into the tent where the wounded were staying and only stuck his head out. "Who are you?" Vaughn dropped the pottery jar and took out a bone-short spear discarded by the evil orc from his waist. Pierce was wearing a short hunting suit and a dark windbreaker cape, with a pale and thin face under the hood. He was attracted to this area by a strong smell of blood. Staring at the guy in front of him who was holding a short spear in both hands and speaking in a trembling and stuttering voice, the hunter felt a little confused. "Hey? An evil orc who can speak human language?" No, Brother Vaughn is not an evil orc." Sam leaned out of the tent and whispered. The man who came was obviously a human and looked very powerful, otherwise he would not have kicked over the strong brother Dave with 1 foot. Sam was afraid that he would be impulsive and kill them both as evil orcs on the spot. We are half orcs, Cough cough. Dave struggled to argue as his chest was stepped on. Pierce frowned slightly, and then he remembered that Mr. Astalin had mentioned to him before that there were indeed some half-human, half-orc hybrids living in the northern wilderness, and they should be the two ugly guys with beast heads and human bodies in front of him. He loosened his foot and let go of Dave, who was almost out of breath. What happened here? I smell the smell of human blood. Did you kill people? The hunter narrowed his eyes, and his pale face revealed a cold expression. It's not us, it's the evil orcs. The evil orcs returned to the ice field and couldn't take these human slaves away, so they killed them. Vaughn explained hurriedly. Pierce reached out and pulled out the long sword hidden under the cloak, and lifted the tattered tent curtain in front of him. Sure enough, there were a dozen injured people dressed in poor human clothes, and the strong smell of blood filled his nose, making his throat roll up and down slightly. Pierce closed his eyes, suppressed the desire that made him uncomfortable, took out a small glass bottle from his arms, and threw it to Vaughn. It can quickly stop bleeding and pain, and temporarily improve energy. 1 drop per person, and no more than 3 drops for the dying. The half-orc was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. He nodded gratefully and rushed into the tent with the bottle tightly in his hand. Pierce looked up at the sky. If he set out at dawn, he could bring these survivors back to Lord Harvey's new territory before sunset tomorrow, and then let Lord Harvey decide whether they should stay or go. It's better than leaving them in the wilderness in the freezing rain, where they will definitely die. While waiting for the 2 half-orcs to feed the wounded, Pierce couldn't help but follow the smell to the cage full of dead bodies. Sam was watching from a distance, and found that this mysterious kind-hearted man was staying beside the pool of blood, and seemed to be hesitating about something. Finally, he seemed to be unable to bear it anymore, and squatted down and put his head close to the neck of a dead person, as if he was going to bite it. Then he stood up again with a tangled face, took out a clean handkerchief from his arms, dipped it in the blood pool and soaked it, then put the handkerchief close to his mouth, tilted his head back and gently twisted the handkerchief, squeezed out a little blood, and dripped it into his mouth. Sam was so scared that he immediately covered his mouth to avoid screaming. He found that this mysterious man who was tilting his head back to sip the blood of the dead had 2 extremely sharp fangs in his slightly opened mouth. Chapter 39. Harvey stood in the ruins of ancient wizards, on a slightly flat open space. He looked at the messy construction site with a sad face. His original plan was to let Astarin stay at the manor and continue to sort out the supplies that need to be relocated. He went to the ruins with Reiner and Pierce to explore the specific location of the energy-absorbing beetle in the remains and the problems of planning subsequent territory construction. For this reason, he activated all the more than 30 evil orc zombies originally stored in the manor, and used newly purchased alchemy materials to create 3 huge alchemy camel beasts, transforming them from the souls of the wilderness reindeer. The reason why I want to use the mage ruins as a territory choice is that in addition to beetle ore, the more important thing is that the collapsed mage tower itself is ready-made building materials. The black stone with a strong texture and extremely denseness is scattered in the ruins pit. You only need to set up a pulley bracket and control the alchemy camel beast to get them out of the bottom of the pit. Who knew that after returning to the ruins in the frozen rain of early spring, I realized that due to the long-term rainfall and the melting of snow, the pit had a larger chain collapse. The only good news is that because of this collapse, the beetle nest originally hidden underground also revealed the entrance location of a black hole. Harvey sent 2 alchemy tarantulas to explore the cave and found that there was no danger. The beetles seemed to be quietly embedded in the soil and fell asleep when they had no magic power as food. This huge pit needs to be strengthened on its edge, otherwise it will continue to collapse. Harvey and Reiner stood in a temporary tent, pointing to a sketched topographic map of the remains. But the pit itself is a natural underground space. We only need to cover the buildings on it, and we will have a ready-made experimental workshop to use. Reiner nodded while holding a charcoal pen and quickly recorded Harvey's thoughts in the small notebook. He is now the only contractor for the construction of the territory. After all, only he can finally manipulate the zombie coolies and do the work of handling and building. After completing the reinforcement of the pit, start building ground facilities. My plan is to use a 3-story main building for our living. I will set up a small energy gathering array on the 2nd floor of the main building to facilitate you and Astarin and others. Charging. The warehouse and laboratory are all located underground, and a separate passage needs to be set up to connect the beetle nest. Well, the food storage and utility room are built next to the main building and connected by an open corridor. You cannot let daily necessities come into contact with experimental materials. Food safety must be taken into account. Reiner recorded it blinkingly, and expressed his own opinions and suggestions from time to time. Sir, why don't we just use the black stones at the bottom of the pit to strengthen the edge of the pit, so as to avoid the effort of moving back and forth? Harvey nodded in agreement. The walls on the periphery of the ruins must be there, and magical warning devices must be installed in each section of the wall, and there must be an alchemy beast patrol warning at night. After all, the location of the ruins is no longer within the borders of the human kingdom. The probability of encountering emergencies and unknown attacks has greatly increased. Harvey also learned the lesson of being sneak attacked last time. Now, there are only 10 wolf spiders and alchemy beasts in their entire armed forces. Those who need to issue instructions to attack cannot be considered as being the case. The alchemy camel beast has no combat function, and it only considered its loading capacity and stability at the beginning of its transformation. With the Starin not present, Pierce and Reiner will take turns staying beside Harvey, which also reminds him that he is just a rookie spellcaster in reality and can't even have a spell instant. The two were discussing with great enthusiasm, and Reiner suddenly dropped the charcoal pen and notepad and was shocked. Sir, the wolf spider beasts around the ruins have issued an early warning. Let's go and see, maybe Pierce is back. As soon as he arrived at the ruins 3 days ago, Harvey arranged for Pierce to expand his exploration of the ruins and the direction of the wastelands every day according to the established route. After all, only the hunters of the mixed race have the ability to quickly shuttle through the primitive mountains and forests. Whether it is the superior perception of the blood race or the night vision talent, they are the best choice for outpost explorers. Sir. Reiner. I'm back. Harvey saw Pierce jumping onto a broken stone tablet with a quick movement and waved hard at them. How is it? Are there any traces of evil orcs resided in the direction of the wasteland? Pierce shook his head. No, the evil orc tribe was invaded, and all the tribes heading south were evacuated and returned. How did you know? Harvey was a little confused. Pierce pointed behind him. Sir, I saved a team of captured human slaves in a camp left by evil orcs, as well as 2 orc coolies. They were all seriously injured and walked slowly than me. It would probably take a while before they could arrive. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Pierce scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry, I brought them back without your permission. Maybe I can settle down and send them away. Harvey interrupted Pierce's explanation. How could rescue the fellow tribe cause trouble for me? You did a good job, and these people might have helped me a lot. Build a few more tents and place them well. After my injuries recover, I am willing to hire them to work for me. Pierce and Reiner were stunned at the same time, their minds not turning around for a moment. Don't forget, I have the pioneer order issued by the Lord himself in my hand. Harvey blinked humorously and laughed. Maybe in a short while, I will be a new nobleman who owns his own territory. Not mentioning these, go and pick them up. Harvey clapped his hands and quickly arranged for Pierce to return the same way. Then let Reiner manipulate the zombies and set up several tents next to the temporary camp. After people come, you should pay attention to the range of movement of the zombies and not scare the civilians. Reiner nodded, then asked with some concern, Sir, then what should I do with my identity? If someone discovers it? Harvey patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, you are my chief consultant to the outside world. Civilians will not understand these taboos. Just consider yourself a spellcaster. Reiner's eyes immediately lit up his soul fire, and his chest was thrust up instantly, but he asked in disbelief, then, can I call myself a spellcaster in the future? Harvey nodded with a smile and pointed to the caster robe on his body. When the conditions of the territory improve, I will prepare you a spellcaster robe with the same style as the Federation, at least in my territory. He is a true master of the wizard. As he watched Reiner rush out to prepare for the camp construction, Harvey shook his head with some amusement. The identities of nobles and spellcasters are really more attractive than real money in the eyes of civilians. Chapter 40. Reiner walked into the tent with a stack of blueprints and paper materials. My lord, I'm here. Harvey raised his head and pinched his brows, breaking away from the practice of drawing the instant casting matrix. These days, he has been too busy. He has just moved to the new territory and needs to start everything from scratch. He has also received a group of human slaves abducted by the evil orcs. Harvey needs to worry about the food, drink, and defecation of nearly 20 people in the camp. Harvey is not short of money now. The many charging items set up in the Magic Network forum have made him earn a lot of money, and he has saved nearly 30,000 gold pounds as the start-up capital for the construction of the territory. The problem now is that he has money but it is not convenient to buy the materials he needs. Asterin and Reiner are alchemical beings, and their identities are sensitive and they cannot show up outside at will. Although Pierce is alert and calm, he was just an ordinary hunter in the past. Although Asterin treated him as a junior and taught him carefully, his cultural level is still not as good as that of a primary school graduate in Harvey's eyes. Except for Harvey himself, no one else could help him contact the outside world and open up the material trading network. Harvey could only hope for the newly recruited survivors. Reiner, have all the identity registrations of these people been completed? Reiner straightened his back, flipped through the information in his hand and said seriously, "Sir, I have asked clearly. Pierce and I conducted separate interrogations and then cross-checked their identities and origins. These survivors are not from any current human country. They have always lived in the wasteland. Their ancestors migrated to the wasteland because of tax evasion and military service." Harvey was stunned. Aren't they human civilians living south of the God's Ridge Mountains? Then he immediately recalled the history books he had read during his college years. Indeed, in the early days of the war between humans and demons, the Federation and the Church were still fighting each other, and they did not pay much attention to this war between the two races that might affect the survival and reproduction of the human race. As a result, most human countries chose to fight on their own, using the ancient ordinary knights to fight against the talented and powerful demon army, and they fell into a great disadvantage for a while. It was at that stage that many kingdoms and feudal nobles were stretched to the limit in the war, resulting in a large number of extortions and countless civilians who lost their land and property and fled their homes. Unexpectedly, there were many such refugees who fled across the Divine Ridge Mountains to the northern wilderness, and survived in such a harsh environment. Are they willing to work for me and stay in my new territory? Reiner nodded. No one chose to leave. Their temporary settlements on the ice field have been completely occupied. If you are willing to accept them, they are willing to cultivate the land themselves and pay tribute to the Lord. Harvey shook his head and said, "No, I don't need them to grow food for me, nor do I need them to do heavy labor." He took out a few pages of pre-prepared materials from the documents on the desk and handed them to Reiner, who was a little confused. "This is an employment contract. Please read it through first. I will explain to you if you don't understand." Harvey thought clearly that his future territory would not need so many people engaged in low-level labor. What he really needs is skilled workers with a certain level of knowledge and manufacturing skills. This means that for a long time, this group of primitive laborers needs to complete literacy education while building the territory. The security and force of the territory can be guaranteed by the constantly transformed alchemy beasts. In the short term, food and other daily necessities can be solved by importing. When the technology matures, it will be much more effective to use alchemy life to participate in agricultural production than manual labor. So we have to complete the infrastructure of the territory first, and implement it according to the previous construction plan. Reiner nodded and asked hesitantly, "Then, where should we get the materials we need?" Harvey covered his face and sighed. "Only if I come forward in person, Jackdaw Town, Grizzly Castle, Doss, wherever I can buy it, I will buy it. No Chamber of Commerce is willing to undertake the business of transporting goods across the border. The large amount of materials purchased will eventually have to be transported to the territory bit by their own alchemy camels. Everything is really difficult at the beginning. Master Reiner, I don't quite understand. What does it mean to hire us?" In the tent that sheltered from the wind and rain, several survivors sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounding Reiner and asking questions. "Doesn't the Lord need us to cultivate the fields for him? Then what do we eat? Are we going to work in the mines?" Reiner held the document in his hand and felt his alchemy brain slightly hot. "No mistakes, one sentence, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar, one look. Stop. Stop. Let me explain to you." Everyone was still very afraid of this strange spellcaster who looked kind on weekdays but looked tall and terrifying. They all shut up when they heard it. First of all, those who voluntarily join Master Harvey's territory need to sign a contract of employment, which means that you are willing to work for the Lord, and the Lord needs to be responsible for your personal safety and pay for your work. The middle-aged man who led the survivors was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened and he asked in a trembling voice with some disbelief, We don't have to be serfs? And we don't have to pay taxes? Reiner nodded and continued to read expressionlessly. Voluntarily sign the contract and you can become a freeman in the adult's territory. The salary paid to you has already deducted the tax. The half-orc Vaughn stuttered and interrupted, then, what salary, what can you use it for? Reiner looked around and explained skillfully, of course it belongs to your own property, you can use it to buy food, clothes, livestock, houses. Dav only heard the first half of the sentence, his eyes lit up, grinning with a mouth full of fangs and whispered, can I buy women? Human trafficking is not allowed in the territory. Reiner secretly clenched his fists, don't interrupt, wait until I finish speaking before asking. At this moment, Vaughn could no longer listen to Reiner's next words. No longer needing to live as a slave in the Lord's territory, they can use their labor to earn money to buy themselves enough food and warm clothes. When their salary accumulates to a certain level, they can also buy their own house, and they don't have to worry about it being easily taken away. The Lord also claims that he has the responsibility to ensure the safety of their lives and property. I feel that I have never dreamed of such a beautiful prospect. Although I don't know what kind of work I will do to serve the Lord, the orc can't wait for the strange magician with a whole body of metal to talk about the rest. He quietly bent his legs, supported himself with his hands and slowly slid to Reiner's side, trying to put a smile on his ferocious face. Master Reiner, I am willing to sign that contract and serve the Lord. Chapter 41. This week, everything has been going smoothly for Harvey's new territory. The pioneering order he got from the Lord of Grizzly Castle originally limited the territory to the northern slope of Jackdaw Ridge and the ancient wizard ruins at the foot of the mountain. However, in principle, the Lord has no right to grant the unowned land outside the national border to the nobles. He can only use the pioneering order to stamp it and nominally confirm Harvey's land ownership. Whether he can really gain a foothold here depends entirely on the pioneer's own efforts. Therefore, when Harvey made the initial planning of the territory, he did not consider strictly implementing it according to the scope of the pioneering order. In the spirit of grabbing as much as possible, he pushed the territory boundary marker far away to a position close to the wilderness valley. The actual total area of this land is far larger than the size of the Earl's territory in Grizzly Castle. There are a total of 19 new residents who signed the employment contract. Excluding children under the age of 16, there are only 15 laborers who can really devote themselves to the construction of the territory. This led to a shortage of labor in the short term, in addition to a lack of construction materials. Harvey could only devote all his manpower and alchemy beasts to the construction of the core of the territory, and could not spare any extra manpower for other things. The huge pit that was originally located in the center of the ruins had been reinforced at the edge of the pit wall with the efforts of everyone, and was neatly built with black slabs piled at the bottom of the pit. The people themselves did not need to do too much heavy physical labor. All the work that required moving and lifting was done by Reiner's command of the alchemy beasts, and they only needed to cooperate from the side. Before the initial construction of the territory was completed, the Lord provided free food, and they did not have to be enslaved and exploited like in the past. Such easy and convenient work made most of the new people feel that their life prospects were extremely good. There were also a few people who were a little worried, thinking that this kind of comfortable and somewhat unbelievable life was always a little uneasy. The half-orc Vaughn was one of them. Dav, do you think the rations that the Lord gave us will be deducted from our salary in the future? While Vaughn was busy tying the stone slabs to the hoisting bracket, he quietly poked Dav's side and asked in a low voice. Dav didn't think so far ahead. He glanced at Reiner who was commanding from a high place and whispered back, Master Reiner said that all new residents can enjoy 3 months of free food supply. Why do you think so much? He rolled his eyes and thought of something. He leaned into Vaughn's ear with a little excitement, besides, you can eat bread baked with barley and roasted greasy venison every day. What else are you dissatisfied with? At present, the daily food needed by everyone in the territory is purchased by Pierce with the alchemical camel beast from Jackdaw Town, and then supplemented with a small amount of hunted prey as meat. This level of food configuration has made the residents who used to eat bran cakes and roasted cassava feel that the quality of life has been turned upside down. At first, we just hoped to have enough food. Now, we can not only have enough food, but also meat for every meal. I heard that after the main building is completed, the Lord will also distribute a batch of cloth as a work reward. Several refugees who have been living in the wilderness and have never had the opportunity to taste flour food in their lives almost choked themselves when they took a bite of the soft barley bread with barbecue fat. After the Lord's main building is completed, we will start to build our own residence. How about it? Do you want to live with me? Dave suggested with a smile. In this way, we only need to buy a house, and we can pool our money to buy a wife. Vaughn rolled his eyes. How many times have I told you that the Lord does not allow the buying and selling of people? He paused, trying to recall what he heard from other lords when they were chatting. Well, to marry a wife, you need a lot of money, and a house, well, you should also have your own land, otherwise how can you feed your children? Dav was shocked and said, it takes so much to marry a wife? My father had 19 children and was able to support 8 of them. As long as I work hard, I should be able to afford it. Astalin stood beside Harvey and looked up at the brand new continental teleportation array in front of him. Why do you need another one of these things? Isn't the existing one enough? This new teleportation device was purchased by Harvey in the Magic Network forum under the name of Kel'Thuzad through many people. It was obtained from the capital of Orland, the closest mage kingdom to the Evil Moon Mountains, and it was also an obsolete model. Harvey built it side by side with Unit 0 at the bottom of the pit, in the center of the laboratory. Since the roof has not been closed yet, it can only be covered with a rainproof tarp for the time being. You don't understand, the energy output of Unit 0 is already a bit stretched to support the Magic Network forum and the transmission service. Harvey knocked on the brass column of the new instrument with satisfaction. The second instrument is mainly used to supply energy to the alchemy beast. After the main building is built, you and Reiner will build another small magic array separately. And because of the difficulty in purchasing and transporting materials, Harvey also plans to connect the transmission array of the second instrument with the warehouse built in Jackdaw Town, so that sufficient and abundant materials can be continuously delivered to the new territory. Harvey has contacted George Santos of the Dragonstone Chamber of Commerce in advance. This is his old partner. After all, Harvey still holds a dividend share in the soap workshop. No mistakes, just go to the 6-9 book forum. The other party is also very happy to provide procurement and transportation services for Harvey's territory materials, but the transportation destination is limited to Jackdaw Town, so it is necessary to set up a warehouse there and then use the teleportation array for transfer. Asterin frowned slightly and asked in confusion, use the teleportation array to transfer goods? But the matrix you designed has too small a weight for a single transmission, and it can't be supplied at all. Harvey had expected that he would worry about this problem, and smiled and pointed to the slightly different array inscriptions on the bases of the two instruments. The matrix diagram of the number 2 instrument is very different from that of the number 0 machine. I adjusted it and abandoned the advantage of instantaneous transmission and reception, but guaranteed the amount of goods transmitted in a single transmission. This is the research result Harvey obtained from the energy compression characteristics of beetle ore. When applied to the cross-dimensional transmission of the magic network, it can ensure that the goods are collected within 6 hours, but the weight of the goods transmitted in a single transmission can reach hundreds of kilograms. And I don't need to use my mental power to enter the magic network for teleportation. It only takes less than 100 kilometers to teleport across a mountain range, and the energy consumption will not be a big problem. The only thing that makes Harvey feel a little painful now is that the original rich entrepreneurial funds in his hands have been quickly lost like a flood during this period. After buying a lot of reserve materials and purchasing various materials, the funds he can use now are less than 10,000 gold pounds. Of the two ways of increasing revenue and reducing expenditure, increasing revenue is obviously more important. I have to think of a way to cut a wave of leaks from the Magic Network forum. Let's start with the new members who are about to join the forum. Chapter 42. The hands of the clock moved steadily to the 9 o'clock position. Fran McCaughlan, a high-level spellcaster, dropped the thick documents in his hand, walked to a delicate alchemical instrument shaped like a typewriter, and sat down steadily. After inserting a crystal-clear high-level magic stone into the side slot of the instrument, he raised his arm and tapped lightly on the instrument's typing keys, entering his preset code name Magic Shield. This alchemical instrument named Magic Brain, the inscription on the base instantly glowed slightly red, and the mercury swimming like tadpoles on the crystal plate formed the text. Fran McCaughlan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the target without blinking. The Magic Network forum that Brother Quinn mentioned actually exists. Are they playing a prank on me? The two twin brothers who had always been on good terms with Fran a week ago suddenly came to visit him mysteriously. He also brought him this alchemical instrument called Magic Brain and told him that he was invited to participate in a mysterious exchange meeting in the Magic Network space, the Spellcaster Forum. At first, Fran didn't want to pay attention to them. This pair of twin brothers who often had wild ideas had used various alchemical inventions to tease Fran in their youth. But when the Quinn brothers took him to their laboratory and personally visited and verified the Magic Network teleportation array, Fran really discovered the amazingness of this anonymous organization. The Magic Network instant communication technology and the Magic Network teleportation array that can instantly receive and transmit items are impossible for the research-based spellcasters of the Federation. If he joined this forum, he would have the opportunity to obtain this technology that has made a major breakthrough in the research of the Magic Network. Not to mention letting him participate in the forum, even letting him participate in the Magic Network shuttle experiment would be no problem. Because he was born in the same alchemist family as the Quinn brothers, this background, which is really a deduction for spellcasters, made him stay in the Magic Affairs Department of the Spellcaster Federation for 15 years without any chance of promotion. As for the Quinn brothers, as recommenders, hinting that he would help them in the forum in the future, Fran felt that it was natural. People of the same race naturally needed to stick together to gain benefits. Hand of Elements, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Administrator. Scorching Lord, I have seen several new members joining us, please allow me to welcome them. Fran's heart moved. The members of this mysterious forum exchange meeting were very friendly and polite. They must be senior members of many large spellcaster organizations in reality. He remembered that the Quinn brothers had revealed to him that only high-level spellcasters were eligible to participate in the forum exchange, and there might be legendary spellcasters among the members. Heart of the Forest, welcome new members to join. It can be foreseen that we will grow and develop in the future. Man in the mirror, I have to praise Mr. Turing. Fran looked at the text messages that kept popping up on the crystal board, trying to find the code name suspected to be the Quinn brothers, but there were too many people, and the greetings were without any substantive content, so he had no clue for a while. I can only wait until the exchange meeting is over and let the Quinn brothers contact him. Ghost Captain, everyone, I want to seek an improved magic matrix analysis involving water elements. I wonder who is interested in accepting this commission. Fran was stunned when he saw this message. What? Can the research on magic analysis be entrusted to others? To learn non-universal magic of any level, spellcasters need to analyze and engrave the magic matrix in their own magic patterns. Only after the analysis is successful can they cast spells smoothly, and only after the engraving is completed can they cast spells instantly. This is common sense that any academic spellcaster will know during the apprenticeship stage. In this forum exchange meeting, someone actually publicly commissioned the knowledge that needs to be studied alone. This will inevitably break the knowledge barrier between spellcaster organizations and factions. Hand of Elements, I am good at analyzing elemental magic. At Captain Ghost, please communicate with me alone after the meeting. Someone accepted the commission. Fran was secretly shocked. This person must be a high-level or higher spellcaster. Scorching Lord, if it involves the analysis of spells required for promotion, you can contact me separately. Analysis of spells required for promotion? Fran knew that when a spellcaster is promoted, he needs to analyze a higher-level spell matrix in the magic pattern, so as to pry the energy of the magic pattern and the magic network space into the same frequency and achieve the promotion of the spellcasting level. This person is probably the existence of the suspected legendary spellcaster mentioned by the Quinn brothers. Could it be the high-level people in the Federation who live in seclusion? Son of Flame, everyone, I have a high-level magic weapon from the demon clan that I am willing to transfer. Its characteristics are to assist meditation and have a certain degree of spellcasting amplification. It is limited to point transactions. If you are interested, you can contact me separately. This person must be a combat-type spellcaster who has experienced the demon war in the Evil Moon Mountains. As a senior executive of the Federation's Magic Affairs Department, Fran was keenly aware of the other party's general identity. Frost Giant, ha! Are you going to ask for a sky-high price again? Son of Fire, don't complain if you can't afford it. Magic items can be traded. Fran was a little surprised, but then he immediately thought of the magic teleportation array that the Quinn brothers showed him, which was also the confidence of the forum to achieve anonymous transactions. No mistakes in one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. He had also been stationed in the Evil Moon Mountains in turn, and he had several high-level magic tools in his hands. However, in reality, spellcasters often do not value money in transactions, and it is difficult to match materials in a short period of time, so he has never had the opportunity to sell them. Perhaps relying on this forum exchange, he will have the opportunity to exchange for the spell-casting materials or experimental items that he has always lacked. Thinking of this, Fran suddenly felt a little scratching his head. Why are new members not allowed to participate in the speech and can only listen to the exchange? Kel'Thuzad, everyone, I recently discovered an unknown mineral that has never been explored in an ancient wizard's ruins. Who is interested in participating in the research? Frost Giant, unknown mineral? Where was it found? Is it really unexplored? Son of Flame, humph. Do you want to take advantage of other people's exploration results for free? Can you have some shame? It is common for spellcasters to explore ancient ruins. The degree of danger is proportional to the gain. The danger level of ancient wizard ruins is not low. Being able to successfully explore the ruins of the ancient wizard and gain all the rewards itself means that this spellcaster has profound knowledge and powerful spell-casting ability. Fran believes that this spellcaster must not be exploring alone, at least he needs to rely on an organization and complete it as a team. Frost Giant, I am willing to pay a certain price in exchange for ore samples or preliminary research results. Please contact me alone, Mr. Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad, no problem. Everyone discussed the issue of magic network roaming for a while, and Fran was surprised to find that the forum members' research on the magic network space was terrifyingly in-depth. What about observing unknown energy impacts in the magic network, and what about the location of a space rift somewhere in the magic network space? What is the Magic Network Observation Department of the Federation doing? It is not as in-depth as the research of the magic network by a spellcaster of an anonymous organization. Man in the Mirror, I don't know if you have also received the news. The battle in the Evil Moon Mountains has been a bit unfavorable recently. The new hybrid monsters of the Demon Clan have caused huge casualties to low-level spellcasters. Fran narrowed his eyes and immediately became alert. This war information was what Fran told them privately a few days ago. After all, they were mainly responsible for the research and development and manufacturing of combat alchemical prostheses, and the war report had not even been made public within the Federation, nor was it published in the Federation's bulletin. Hey! Brother Quinn, I finally caught your forum code name. If I have the authority to speak at the exchange meeting, would it be your turn to show off your well-informed information here? Humph. Chapter 43. What's wrong with these alchemy beasts? Harvey looked at the pile of alchemy beasts with missing arms and legs and mottled external carapaces, and the impulse of escaping was rising in his heart. Sir, except for the dozen or so tarantulas patrolling every day during this period, the other tarantulas and camel beasts have been arranged to the construction site to transport and hoist heavy stones, which will inevitably be damaged. Reiner was also very distressed. These alchemy lives transferred through their souls like him are all beasts with low intelligence, but they are very gentle and honest in their daily lives and follow their orders. The alchemy beasts are pretty good, and the scrapping rate of zombies is even higher. The more than 30 evil orcs I had reserved before were smashed by stones every day, or accidentally fell from the edge of the pit. Reiner is really too busy. In addition to manipulating alchemy beasts on a daily basis, he also has to issue work instructions to the living zombies at any time. If he is not careful, the walking zombies will get rid of themselves. Harvey covered his face speechlessly, not wanting to continue listening. The number of working alchemy beasts must be increased. The combat alchemy beasts like the wolf spider can no longer be allowed to participate in the construction work. The metal limbs of wolf spiders are slender and fragile. They can sneak and climb quickly and agilely in battle, and can also be used as a weapon to directly penetrate the enemy's body when necessary. But it is a real flaw when used in construction. Asterin tried his best to repair damaged tarantulas every day, most of which were caused by broken legs. Harvey suddenly remembered that when he was out surveying the terrain with Pierce a few days ago, he saw the unknown primates floating around in the mountain jungle and roaring wildly. Monkey. Yes. Use monkeys to transform alchemy beasts. He slapped his head and stood up. He had discovered before that the alchemy life transformed by human souls, like Reiner, is prominent in memory and learning ability. The wolf spider beast transformed by Grey Wolf still retains the tracking and stealth of canine creatures, and they are subconsciously good at group collaboration and combat. The reason why camel beasts can carry loads and achieve stable long-distance transportation is undoubtedly because reindeer is an animal that is naturally able to carry loads and adapts to long-distance migration. This has clearly shown that the soul transformation of creatures of different races will show different racial talents. The alchemy life, apart from humans, is undoubtedly a primate who has learned to use simple tools. Renner, let Pierce catch a few monkeys or orangutans immediately, don't delay, I'm going to conduct a transformation experiment tonight. Reiner nodded, holding the drawings ready to leave. Wait. Let Pierce bring 2 hunting masters together, and let those 2 name it, half-orc. This is the first time Vaughn and Duff have come to Lord's underground laboratory since the underground building of the territory fort. On weekdays, they always see iron monsters with different shapes and metallic luster all over their bodies coming in and out from the ground during working hours. But everyone is familiar with it. These iron monsters are flexible and powerful. I don't know how much effort they have saved in the work of building the main fort. The leaders like to work with these guys very much. But those evil orc zombies that were covered with linen, but still had a faint smell of rotten smell, were not very popular. Especially when Vaughn went out to the toilet at night, he saw them quietly lined up under the moonlight, slowly walking out from the ground of the main fort and entering the gloomy and dark woods. Today, they were temporarily named by Mr. Pierce, and they went to Shanjian River Valley, which was half a day away from the main fort, together to complete the Lord's mission and catch some monkeys and come back. Vaughn, what's the use of Lord to live monkeys? These dry, thin, fat-free guys should not be delicious no matter how they make them, right? Duff and Vaughn stood side by side in the corner of the underground laboratory, talking in a low voice. Vaughn was also confused. He and Duff did have a hunting trick of throwing stones with zip ropes. Maybe this is why he was chosen by Mr. Pierce. Flying stones can accurately stun the monkeys wandering among the treetops, but they will not directly kill them. Just as the 2 were whispering in the corner, Harvey and Reiner were ready for the experiment and stood in front of the experiment bench to drag the monkeys strung together with ropes over. It was the first time Vaughn had a close contact with the Lord. He lowered his head slightly and walked closer with fear, staring at the floor all the way, and didn't dare to look directly at it. He remembered that Lord Reiner said that Lord was a powerful spellcaster. "What's your name?" The gentle words came from the top of your head to the ears. Vaughn shivered for a moment and said, "Lord, my name is Vaughn, his name is Duff." Harvey nodded, very satisfied with the hunting methods of the 2 orcs. Almost every monkey caught alive was hit by a stone on the head, and the eldest green bag was swollen, but he did not die. The stone throwing is very accurate, and the strength control is also good. Harvey felt that it was a bit in a difficult position to let them work as construction workers, so he glanced at Pierce. "Let them follow you in the future and be responsible for the guard patrol of the territory." Pierce nodded, leaned over and saluted and pulled the sluggish orcs, and took them back to the wall to stand. "Renner, we started the transformation experiment directly, and we captured not many samples, so pay attention to the success rate." Reiner quickly stuffed the squeaking monkeys with cloth strips, then tied them up and fixed them on the lab bench, and put them on the hood. "How is it? Can you establish a connection with them and issue commands?" "No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar." Harvey looked at Reiner, who was connected to the energy pipeline, and asked with concern. Reiner nodded, and the inscription on the head of the alchemical prosthesis continued to light up, as if maintaining the connection. "Yes, sir, although I sense that their souls are more agitated and chaotic, full of confusion and fear." The transformation carrier this time was a humanoid alchemical beast that was transformed by Harvey and Astalin together. It looked like a dwarf but had a long arm span. Reiner manipulated an alchemical beast that had completed the transformation, let it raise its metal arm that was as long as its knee, and picked up a screwdriver on the laboratory table. Then he staggered to another alchemical beast, holding the screwdriver and flexibly removing its arm. He manipulated 3 more alchemical beasts, gathered at the laboratory table, and worked together to complete a task of assembling prosthetic parts. The IQ of primates is much higher than that of ordinary beasts, which will also increase the difficulty of your control. Astalin also came over to observe. "Well, I can also try to control them. These dozen alchemy beasts, it may be difficult for Reiner to take care of them alone." Harvey patted Reiner on the shoulder and encouraged, "Practice more, it won't be long before these alchemy beasts can be put into work." After that, he turned his head and looked at Pierce, who was standing at the wall at the door of the laboratory, responsible for guarding and preventing experimental accidents. "Pierce, in the next period of time, you and Vaughn and others, take some time every day to hunt monkeys. I want to transform a large number of these working alchemy beasts." Harvey looked at the dozen or so dwarf alchemy beasts that were successfully transformed this time with satisfaction. "I believe that it won't be long before I will have a large number of high-quality assembly line aces. This batch of alchemy beasts, let's name them 007 working type." Chapter 44. As the weather in the northern wasteland gradually warms up, the Lord's Fort in Harvey's territory is also approaching completion. Unlike the idea of building it simply according to the Mage Tower at the beginning, Harvey began to consider the situation of the new population in the territory. According to the orcs Vaughn and Duff, if the information on the demons invading the evil orc tribe is reliable, there is a very likely future where a large number of refugees fleeing south due to war. Whether it is a human refugee or a half-orc fugitive slave, they may gradually migrate to the foot of the Divine Ridge Mountains. After all, along the entire Divine Ridge Mountains, there are 3 mountain gaps that can be crossed by human power at a low altitude. In addition to the demon battlefield of the Evil Moon Mountains and the Elves of the Mist Forest, there is only Jackdaw Ridge on the border of St. Vallon. Harvey thinks this is an excellent opportunity to absorb the population and enrich the territory. After having the working alchemy beast as the main construction labor force, Harvey finally no longer has the human resources. Therefore, in addition to the original planned structure of the main fort, he also built a house that is sufficient to accommodate 500 people inhabited by the main fort near the river water source. They are all double-layer houses built with cutting stone as the foundation of the first floor and 2 floors of wood. Each single floor has an area of 20 square meters. The first floor divides 2 areas of dining, kitchen, and washing, and the second floor divides 2 bedrooms. The drainage ditches were also excavated in advance in the room, and domestic sewage was introduced downstream with stone slabs, which also avoided pollution of water intake points at the upstream locations. The approximately 20 leaders who first joined the territory were given priority to moving into a row of houses near the castle according to their original family structure. It is also a reward for Harvey's advance commitment to participate in the territory construction, a 2-story cottage with a fireplace, and free food for the past 3 months. Vaughn and Duff also got their wish and got a small house, which surprised the half-orc brothers who had only slept in the earthen kills and wild areas in the past. Vaughn, look! I'm right, Lord really built a house for us. Duff rubbed off the soil stained on his rough feet and then carefully pulled Vaughn into it. Room. Look at this fireplace. Look at this table, we don't have to squat and eat. Duff ran around the room, touching around and looking at all satisfied, and there are squats. Haha, don't be in the open air with your butt naked but it's frozen. Vaughn nodded with a smile, and then stepped into the room as he rubbed off the sludge from his feet calmly. There are 2 bedrooms on the second floor. Oh my god, there is also a bed. Duff screamed in surprise and rushed directly to the wooden bed with only hard beds. Haha, we have to get some fur and hay, so that it will make it more comfortable to sleep on the bed. Vaughn stroked the slightly rough surface of the wooden bed, and looked satisfied. Sam's timid shout suddenly came downstairs. Brother Vaughn! Brother Duff! Are you at home? Duff opened the window on the second floor and looked at Sam standing downstairs with a smile. Little Sam, are you going to move in with us? I'll catch weasels for you to roast and eat. Sam shyly looked up and refused embarrassedly, No. No, I live with Grandpa Rooney from the same village. He is old and needs care. After a springtime, this group of human refugees have completely accepted the 2 orcs who look a little sorry. Everyone is very grateful for their life-saving gratitude, and no one is looking down on them with mixed race status. By the way, Lord Pierce just asked me to come to find you, you guys should go. Sam remembered his purpose of finding someone and quickly reminded him. When the 2 of them rushed to the main fort with big strides, they found that Pierce had been waiting at the gate of the main fort early. Go and find 3 strong men, bring dry food and medicine, and set off with me immediately. The hunter ordered directly. Yes. Sir. Vaughn subconsciously agreed with his chest, then blushed and asked in a low voice, Where are we going? The alchemy beasts patrolling the Icefield Valley have discovered traces of human refugees. Harvey waited in the territory for about 3 days uneasy, and finally waited until Pierce returned successfully. How is that? What's the situation of those refugees now? Are they willing to come to the territory? Pierce took a small glass bottle handed over by Asterin, swayed the bright red liquid inside, and felt embarrassed to bow to Harvey first, then turned his back and raised his head to drink. Sir, don't be anxious. The hunter was too anxious to travel these 2 days, and his originally bloodless face looked even more dusty. There are about 500 refugees, but most of them are elderly people, women, and children. According to them, they were chased by evil orcs all the way to this nearby. Then are you finding traces of evil orcs? Harvey was a little scared. If he really encountered a large number of evil orcs, he would not be able to support him in a short period of time. No, after they crossed the Icefield Valley, most of the young and middle-aged people stayed behind the river beach, and let women and children cross the river first. Pierce sighed, his palm clenched into a fist. When we arrived, there were no survivors on the river beach. The evil orcs seemed to not want to chase after them. They killed all the people who had broken their backs and left directly. Harvey also sighed, both sympathizing and regretful. Pierce continued to report, I asked Vaughn and Duff to stay in the refugee camp and organize them to move towards the territory slowly. I will rush back to report to you first. There is no mistake. 619, 1 book, a book. Harvey nodded, feeling that Pierce's arrangement was fine. But I still want to ask you to go there again and bring all the tarantulas except the alert to pick them up. Harvey frowned and thought, I'm worried that the evil orcs will return, and this group of refugees are gone at all. Resistance ability. Pierce leaned over to receive the order, stood up and prepared to go and count the number of spider beasts, and then return to the valley again. Wait! Harvey called out to the tired hunter, turned to wink at Asterin. Asterin nodded slightly, took out a glass test tube containing blood from his arms, and handed it to Pierce, who was confused. This blood is different from the ones you just drank. Harvey said lightly, this is not deer blood. Pierce was stunned and instantly understood what Harvey meant. He took the test tube into the bag on his waist, leaned over and saluted again, and turned his head to leave. Harvey watched the hunter leave the main castle hall before turning around and joking with Asterin. Fortunately, I only have Pierce, a blood-sucking, the Blood Clan, otherwise I would have to open a voluntary blood donation station to ensure your needs, ha 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 ha. He called Reiner again and quickly ordered, let the residents of the left-behind territory count all the vacant houses. At most 2 days, the refugees will arrive. They cannot sleep in open-air tents. There is also a food warehouse, which also needs to be counted and set up a plan for distribution on demand. We now need to strictly control daily rations, and the subsequent materials will be delivered for half a month. Reiner nodded and recorded quickly. After Harvey stopped talking, he asked in confusion, Sir, we recruit so many residents, but there is no job to provide them now. He snatched his bare metal head, his tone of distress. We also have to provide them with free accommodation and food. The supplies that we had finally accumulated in the warehouse will be consumed soon. Harvey and Asterin couldn't help laughing when they looked at Reiner's appearance as a wealthy miser. Don't worry about this little effort, don't worry. When they take a few days off, I will have a lot of work to provide them with. I can't be lazy at that time. Harvey promised confidently. After all, the agricultural alchemy beast he and Asterin developed is basically ready to be put into use. Chapter 45. These days, Harvey has been traveling frequently between Jackdaw Town and Grizzly Castle, buying all kinds of daily necessities needed for the territory. Not long after he arrived at the main castle of the territory with the alchemical camel beast, Astalin, and Reiner hurriedly found him. I have been observing the underground insect nest, and it seems that it is time for the beetles to lay eggs again. Astalin said as he led Harvey to the underground laboratory. I think we should be able to harvest another wave of beetle ore this time. Harvey was surprised and happy. The beetle ore they collected from the ruins before, in addition to being used to maintain the energy-gathering array of the second machine and equipped on the alchemical beast as a high-powered killing weapon. There is not much left. Harvey and Astalin had entered the underground insect nest before and observed the life patterns of those beetles, but did not collect any beetle ore. Harvey was a little discouraged and thought that the breeding cycle of this mysterious beetle might be very long. Therefore, the idea of relying on beetles to reproduce quickly and then harvesting the mineral products left after their death is probably going to be shattered. After all, if this kind of beetle is killed directly, it will not produce the kind of naturally formed energy ore, but only a pile of useless beetle corpses. Who knew that in just a few months, they would actually reproduce and mate again? The three of them walked quickly to the underground laboratory excitedly, wanting to observe the reproduction of beetles in person. It's amazing! Reiner couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the densely packed glowing beetles in the insect nest. The insect nest spontaneously excavated by the beetles was not large in itself. It was Harvey who took the initiative to let the alchemy beast expand the space of the insect nest during the construction of the underground laboratory, widening it to half the size of the underground laboratory. Harvey found that the beetles were not good at digging, and they might just like the humid and warm environment underground, so they were forced to drill into the underground to live. Under normal circumstances, these round insects with a faint metallic color on their shells do not emit light. Therefore, Astarin believes that this phenomenon will only occur after entering the reproductive cycle, which may be to attract a partner in the dark to meet the reproductive needs. I don't know how long their reproductive cycle will last, and how long it will take for the beetle ore to form so that we can harvest it. Reiner gently pinched a beetle with his fingers, watching it slide its thin and short legs in his metal palm, struggling desperately and clumsily. What a magical little thing, it obviously stores such powerful energy in its body, but it is not aggressive at all. Astarin sneered, took out a primary magic stone from his waist, and threw it gently into the pile of insects. That's because the energy fluctuations in your body are sealed by the inscription, and they will not be detected by them, you see. The magic stone fell into the pile of insects, instantly causing a violent commotion, and countless beetles slid their legs desperately and quickly approached it. For a time, a creepy rustling sound rang throughout the insect nest. In less than 10 seconds, the swarm of insects dispersed again, and the magic stone was left with only a pile of grey crystal residue. If your alchemical prosthesis is driven by energy release, when you come here, I'm afraid your fate will be similar to that magic stone. Reiner was shocked, tightly covered the magic stone slot on his waist, and stepped back a few steps. Harvey pulled him with a smile. Don't scare Reiner, the inscriptions on the alchemical prosthesis are used to seal and guide energy. As long as the magic energy impact of beetle ore conversion is not released in the insect nest, there will be no accidents. Astarin nodded. I will check the insect nest day and night, and try to collect the energy ore after the beetle reproduction as soon as possible. After returning to the underground laboratory, Astarin and Reiner each dispersed and went about their own business. Harvey kept thinking about Reiner's question in his mind. It obviously stores such powerful energy, but it is not aggressive at all. Perhaps for the beetles themselves, energy is just simple food and nutrients that help them reproduce and lay eggs. These beetles don't have many ways to get energy on weekdays. After being attracted to the ancient wizard's ruins, the energy materials they can eat should have been exhausted long ago, so they fall into sleep most of the time, looking grey like pebbles. Then if I regularly put a certain amount of magic stones into the insect nest and actively feed them, will it accelerate their growth and reproduction cycle? Harvey immediately decided to divide an underground space to use magic stones to feed a group of beetles alone, and conduct a comparative experiment with the beetles in the original insect nest. This method may really have unexpected gains, but the consumption of this magic stone is a bit terrifying, which can be called the most wasteful research behavior in the spell-casting world. Charging magic stones can be reused, while single-line magic stones such as elements and nature can only be guaranteed to be used once, so in terms of selling price, charging magic stones are often more expensive. At the next forum exchange meeting, we must find a way to find a member who has a large amount of magic stone stocks or has direct connections with the mines of the cave dwarves. Only by establishing this connection can we obtain sufficient and high-quality magic stones. No mistakes in one post, one content, 1619, one book, one forum. I can't always hope that a high-quality magic stone mining area will appear out of thin air in my wasteland territory in the north. In the next few days, Harvey stayed in the underground laboratory, closely observing the reproduction and egg-laying signs of the beetles. In addition, he and Astarin built an observation compartment with transparent glass in the corner of the laboratory and caught about 100 beetles and threw them in. Every day, 10 low-level magic stones were put into the observation room, and the beetles' eating tendency and speed were strictly recorded. It seems that they cannot absorb energy unlimitedly. The daily eating limit of more than 100 beetles is 10 primary magic stones. Look at the beetles that have eaten enough. The light emitted by their bodies is brighter than others. Astarin took the experimental record manual and observed closely against the glass wall while describing it carefully. Harvey still felt a little painful. He had a total of less than 100 charging magic stones in stock, and nearly half of them had been consumed in a few days. The only 10 or so intermediate magic stones were reluctant to be used to feed the insects. They were important supplies that Reiner and Astarin had to carry with them when they went out. I have a feeling that they will start to reproduce in a few days, and then transform after death. Death. Transformation. The dead beetle bodies can be transformed into energy ore, and the living beetles can actively absorb magic energy. A thought suddenly flashed through Harvey's mind, and he couldn't help jumping up from the chair. Astarin, what do you think, if I transform the beetle's soul and let it enter the alchemical body? Will it be possible to create an alchemical beetle that can actively release powerful energy? Chapter 46. Harvey opened a new observation room in the underground laboratory. It is used to experiment with the newly developed alchemy life after the beetle soul is transformed, or to be precise, an alchemy weapon can also be used. In the past, when the research conditions were harsh, Harvey also used insects to conduct soul transfer experiments, although the results of the experiments were not very good in most cases. But there is still no doubt that insect souls can indeed slightly drive alchemy devices. The transfer experiment of beetle souls is different now. With the huge energy blessing of the energy gathering array, not only has the transfer success rate increased several times, but the energy output path has also been carefully transformed by Harvey. You are going to use this thing to carry the soul of the energy-absorbing beetle. Asterin looked at the alchemy products with strange shapes placed on the experimental bench and were extremely puzzled. This thing is like a thick iron rod that is melted and cast in whole, but the iron rod itself is hollow. The entire rod body is covered with dense seal inscriptions. A wide wooden handle is installed at the end of one end, which looks weird and harmonious. How did it come about? I don't remember when we had an alchemy workshop for cast metal. Harvey picked up the iron rod with a smile, placed it flat on his chest and raised it slightly, making an aiming position like a bow shooting. I came from the Alchemy Secret Association to speed up customization, and their metal technology can fully meet this transformation experiment. Asterin's eyes were filled with dark red soul fire. He suddenly felt a little impatient. He grabbed a glowing beetle from the small iron cage, fixed it on the lab with a bracket, and then began to urge Harvey. Then show your genius ideas quickly. The purpose of this thing is what interests me most. As the energy concentration array runs low, the buzzing sounds and stops, and the inscriptions on the iron rod device connected to it also light up slowly. It's not bad. I only consumed 2 beetles and completed a transfer, with a 50% success rate. Harvey was still very satisfied. This success rate means that as long as the beetle reproduction can provide, this thing can be mass-produced. He cut off the connection of the energy gathering array and picked up the thick iron stick shining with inscriptions from the laboratory bench. He still lifted it up to his eyes, and put one side of the wooden handle on his shoulder, aiming the other end of the hollow at the black stone wall at the end of the observation room. Only then did Asterin keenly discover that there was a small brass bulge under the wooden handle. What mechanism is this? Harvey kept his aiming position and gently tweaked his fingers on the brass bulge. The inscription on the thick iron rod lit up instantly, and a strange sound was made at the same time. Asterin only remembered seeing a light white light shot out from the iron tube at an extremely fast speed, instantly sank into the black stone wall, leaving only a smooth hole the size of a thumb on the wall. This is a weapon? An energy weapon. He walked to the wall in disbelief, took out a slender distance probe from his waist, and probed through the hole. It completely penetrates the stone wall. The length of the probe is limited, and the real penetration distance cannot be measured. He turned his head, and the soul fire became extremely bright in the frame of the eye on the metal head. This is so terrible. You should understand the meaning of this invention. His tone was a little sighed, as if it was a little regretful. This will smash the instant spellcaster proud of, make research casters comparable to their combat power. Research-based spellcasters follow the development philosophy of classical wizards and use magic research to drive their own promotion, although from the perspective of life, they are closer to extraordinary. However, the lack of combat experience and spellcasting skills also makes them often restricted by combat spellcasters in terms of their right to speak. The Federation of Spellcasters is a typical example, because the 100 years of war with the Church led to the combat-type spellcasters becoming a faction with real power. If it weren't for the outbreak of the Demon War, which led to a large number of casualties and injuries to combat spellcasters, they would probably have been directly excluded and discriminated against. Asterin paced back and forth with some anxiety, muttering constantly, if it is accidentally leaked, we will definitely be ruthlessly attacked by the combat mage. In their eyes, this thing must be destroyed and bury. He suddenly fixed his body, supported the laboratory bench with both hands, and asked at Harvey. What other characteristics does it have besides instant casting? How much magic power does the caster need to consume? How many attacks can you cast by manipulating it? Harvey looked at him in shock and felt a little funny, but he still forced himself to hold it back. He handed the alchemy iron pipe to Asterin and patiently explained, its principle is not instant casting. There is no need to consume the caster's own magic energy. Anyone can pick it up and shoot it when it has sufficient energy. Harvey smiled and raised his hand to point to the stone wall, signaling Asterin to verify it himself. After you transform into alchemy life, you can no longer cast the magic you learned in the past. You will understand when you try it. Asterin seemed to have not yet chewed out the true meaning of Harvey's words, but subconsciously obeyed Harvey's suggestion, imitated his previous posture like a bewitch, lifted the alchemy iron tube and moved the small mechanical skull. Nympho. 2 smooth holes of almost the same size appeared on the wall. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Spells that can be cast without casters. Alchemy magic weapon that ordinary people can use at will. What's the point of being a spellcaster? Asterin's back was against the metal test bench, and his heavy alchemy body creaked, as if encouraging and supporting his shaky ideas and beliefs. Harvey suddenly felt that his pussy had been pretending to be a little too much, so he quickly walked over and patted his shoulder to comfort him. What do you think so much? Don't forget, this is something that the caster invents and creates. We need to recognize the idea that the caster is not the extraordinary person he claims, we are just lucky people who stand out from ordinary people. Asterin accurately extracted the sentence from Harvey's words. This is also something the caster created. In an instant, I felt that the collapsed belief was much more stable again and I stood up with my body. If this magic weapon does not need to consume the magic power of the caster, it can be used at will. He paused, as if he was afraid to ask the most critical sentence, and hesitated after a while. Then can it repeatedly cast energy attacks? Harvey nodded and pointed to the slightly dim inscription light on the surface of the iron tube. If my expectations did not have much deviation, I should be able to repeat the cast 3 to 5 times. There will be a need to use the energy gathering array to charge it. After all, in essence, it is like you and Reiner, and it is all alchemy life driven by magic energy. Asterin didn't know why, but he felt as if he was secretly relieved. It turned out that it was not infinitely available. It would also run out of energy and turn into an ordinary iron stick without any threat. But Harvey's next words made him fall back into a mood of nearly collapse. Well, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, this thing can be mass-produced. As long as the number of beetles is sufficient, I can make all the civilians in the territory have one in a short period of time. Chapter 47. The brothers Vaughn and Duff got up from bed at dawn. They quickly lit a fire in the fireplace, heated up the wild boar soup left over from last night, and wolfed it down with the daily barley bread. Vaughn, I heard from Uncle Rooney yesterday that after this month, the Lord will no longer provide us with free food. Although the new house was simply equipped with tables and chairs, the two who were used to squatting to eat still maintained the habit of squatting in front of the fireplace to eat and drink. Vaughn used the last bite of bread to rub it hard in the soup bowl, spreading all the grease on it. Before, we built the main castle and the wall for the Lord, so we could get free food. Now that the work is done and there is no work to do, why should we let you eat and drink for free? Dav frowned and was a little worried. The newly relocated civilians have been arranged to open up the fields. I heard that there are salaries. The Lord has also promised to give us money before. Do you think it will be? Vaughn wiped his mouth and stood up, waving his hand to interrupt Dav. Don't always wait for others to give you charity, Dav, we are not slaves now, we are free people. I'll go to the main castle square in a while and see if I can find some work. Vaughn had already thought about it. Even if there is no free rations, the two of them will not be hungry if they go to the mountains to hunt some prey. After that, the two of them quickly packed up and strode barefoot to the main castle square. Now in the territory, except for Harvey's Lord's Castle and several warehouses for storing supplies next to it, there is only a dense group of houses along the river. Most of the other open spaces enclosed by the wall were simply cut down trees and piled with some messy building materials. So there is no need to worry about getting lost. The Lord's main castle is the tallest and most conspicuous building in the territory. The spacious open space in front of the main castle is covered with gravel, and the extremely heavy alchemical camel drags the stone roller to compact it repeatedly. A tall and eye-catching notice board is erected in the square, but no documents are posted on it. Considering the tragic reality that almost all the people in the territory are illiterate, Harvey chose to fix the sound magic stone on the notice board and play it repeatedly until the magic power is exhausted. So whenever there is new news to be released, a striking red circle will be drawn on the notice board to inform the people that the Lord's order will be issued at noon that day. Vaughn clearly remembers the content of the first two announcements. The first time was something that he didn't quite understand, called Basic Law of the Territory. In short, you can't do bad things. If you are caught, you will be punished. If it is serious, you will be executed and then hung in the square to dry. He also arrived on time to listen to the second announcement. The Lord was recruiting people to open up farmland, but the requirement was that only farmers who were familiar with fields and planting could apply, which really made Vaughn disappointed. He pulled Dave and squeezed to the front of the crowd, relying on the strong physical fitness of the half-orcs to occupy a front position. I hope that this announcement will be issued, and there will be new jobs suitable for him and Dave. Vaughn prayed silently in his heart. The midday sun in early summer was not too hot. Harvey stood on the second floor of the main castle and looked at the densely packed crowd in the square. The number of civilians who have moved into the territory has now approached 1,000. It was all thanks to Pierce and the alchemy beast in the Glacier Valley area, repeatedly searching and guarding, and rescuing several batches of desert refugees who fled here. This also directly led to a shortage of residential housing, and Harvey had to let those single people live in pairs in the same house. Reiner walked to the square holding a phonograph magic stone and hung the magic stone in front of the public notice board. As the magic energy was stimulated, the phonograph magic stone began to release clear and loud voices. From now on, 50 people will be recruited to form a territory militia. The Lord will provide free food and standard weapons for the militia, and pay monthly salaries. Application requirements: male, must be over 18 years old and under 35 years old, healthy and without disabilities, and applicants who have been good at hunting, fishing, climbing and picking in the past will be given priority. Vaughn's heart skipped a beat, and the words of being good at hunting and being given priority were played repeatedly in his mind. Isn't this me and Dave? He still remembered that he had been praised by the Lord in person for his good stone-throwing accuracy and control of strength. Dave on the side had already jumped up in ecstasy and kept shouting at Vaughn. "Vaughn, good guy. We can apply for the militia." He had already begun to imagine himself wearing the same shiny armor as those evil orc leaders, holding a sharp short spear and swaggering through the city. Awesome! It's so awesome! Vaughn quickly covered Dave's mouth, telling him not to make a fool of himself in public again. Turning his head to look at the crowd, he found that many young and middle-aged people looked eager to try. After the announcement was released, the crowd gradually dispersed, and there were still 70 or 80 people left in the square looking forward to it. They seemed to be candidates who were interested in applying. It seems that being a soldier is quite popular in the eyes of civilians. Harvey nodded with satisfaction. Reiner stood in the square, looking at the crowd gradually gathering towards him, and found that there was no one who obviously did not meet the requirements. Then he led everyone to the back of the warehouse complex without saying a word. When they arrived at an open space with the ground obviously hardened by rolling, he asked everyone to wait there while he went to inform Pierce, who was in charge of the territory's security, to come for the interview. As Reiner left, the recruits who had not dared to speak out also relaxed a lot, and they gathered in groups based on their respective relationships to start talking. It was a bit embarrassing to make Vaughn and Duff two orcs who looked obviously different from others. This group of new leaders is different from the dozen people who had arrived before. They are completely unfamiliar with them. They always turn their heads and look at the two with a slightly strange look. Soon the crowd dispersed and a group of people walked towards Vaughn and Duff. The leader was a man in his early 30s. He walked to the two men squatting on the ground and glanced at them condescendingly. "Ha, two half-human and half-beast bastards, are you embarrassed to come and recruit the Lord's Guard?" Duff was furious and jumped up regardless of Vaughn's pull. "What guard? Lord recruited a militia team, and as long as he was the leader, he could come. There is no mistake. 619, one book, a book." The man spitted hard on the ground. "So what? Whether it is the guard or the militia, we are all recruited. What does it have to do with you two bastards?" He looked at his companions around him and shouted loudly to other people watching the fun. "Who are you willing to join the bastard? Who are you willing to fight with the bastard?" Every time he asked, his companions would clamor. Among the other people watching, there were people who agreed, but most of the remaining civilians remained silent, but were unwilling to stand up for the orcs to offend their own tribe. Vaughn and Duff's faces flushed, and Duff had even clenched his fists and was about to swing towards the hateful face the next second. Vaughn gritted his teeth and squeezed out a pale and powerless defense from his mouth. But, Lord clearly said, "Let's follow." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a clear voice behind him. "Yes, I did say that in my territory, everyone is equal among the people. Harvey took Reiner and Pierce and strode towards everyone. The originally noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads in fear and dared not say anything more. Didn't you hear the first decree I issued? Harvey asked to everyone lightly. Reiner immediately took a step forward and repeated it expressionlessly, in Lord Harvey's territory, all territories are equal and must not discriminate against each other. The man who came forward to make things difficult for the orc suddenly raised his head and argued with dissatisfaction, Sir, but these two guys are not the same race as us at all. They are bastards born from alien races. Harvey narrowed his eyes slightly and asked softly, What's your name? The man lowered his head again and replied in a trembling voice, My name is Wayne, sir. Harvey nodded and signaled to Pierce. The hunter immediately walked quickly to Wayne, raised his hand and two loud slaps, which made Wayne fall directly to the ground. Wayne felt his ears buzzing, his cheeks were burning and his cold voice came from his ears. Who dares to question the Lord's order? Who dares not to abide by it? Everyone lowered their heads, and some even took a few steps back in fear. Harvey then slowly spoke, The orcs also have half of the human bloodline, and they are also half of your compatriots. You can be dissatisfied and you can secretly look down on them, but don't let me catch them on the spot. He paused and continued, If you are not convinced, after becoming my territory militia, you will be able to learn the strength of the people and see who is not worthy of it. After saying that, he turned around and left with Reiner. Everyone knelt down on the ground and saluted. Vaughn even lay on the ground with his body protrudingly, his body shivered slightly due to excitement, and his eyes were red and tears flowed. He didn't want these people to see his ugly crying appearance, so he quietly grabbed a handful of dirt and smeared it hard on his face. He looked up again at Harvey's back as he left, his eyes full of determination and fanaticism. Asterin seemed to be deliberately behind. He half squatted down and leaned against Wayne's ear, whispering in a sarcastic manner. They saved more than a dozen civilians seriously injured by the evil orcs in the evil orc camp. If you let those people know about the insults you have today, you can only pray that you will be careful when you go out at night. Chapter 48. Vaughn, what do you think Lord Pierce wants us to do? Dave kept turning his head to talk to Vaughn while running forward. Vaughn's lung capacity was not as strong as his. He rolled his eyes and couldn't answer his questions. Following closely behind Vaughn was a young man named Tommy, who was one of the few people who didn't join in the fun when Vaughn and Dave were excluded. After Wayne, the leader of the trouble, was punished on the spot by the Lord, several young people led by Tommy took the initiative to show goodwill to the two orcs and invited them to join their young group. Tommy ran as hard as Vaughn, but he was naturally extroverted and talkative. Despite the difficulty, he still talked to Dave through Vaughn. Hey! Just keep making us run, hey! Keep running! Could it be, hey, the Lord hopes, hey! We will run away when we meet the enemy, hey! Duff immediately slowed down upon hearing this, turned his head again, and grinned. I have been in the militia for a week, running every day, and my feet are covered with calluses. Why don't you two go get a pair of boots? Lord Pierce clearly said that everyone can get a set of uniforms. Oh, we are different from you. We are used to walking barefoot. I am afraid that wearing boots will not cause calluses, but blood blisters. As soon as Dave finished speaking, a cobblestone the size of a pigeon egg flew from a distance and hit his forehead with a bang. The force was very moderate, and there was no bleeding, but a bruise instantly swelled up. Vaughn was startled, and secretly turned his head to look, and found that Lord Pierce was standing on a platform built on a wooden frame, holding a leather rope in his hand. He almost forgot that Lord Pierce was also good at throwing ropes and stones. If you don't run seriously, everyone will be hit on the head. The cold voice sounded. Everyone immediately straightened their chests and kept silent, and ran faster. After finally completing the scheduled 10 laps, the entire militia team was exhausted. A few members with poor endurance couldn't hold on and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Immediately, several stones flew over and hit the soft flesh around their waists, causing them to bounce up on the spot like frogs in pain. Stay standing and rest for 5 minutes. Vaughn tilted his head and secretly looked at the militia members with poor strength, and couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart. With this level of strength, they still want to become militia and serve Lord Harvey. When selecting suitable candidates, more than 80 people met the basic requirements, but Lord Pierce had said that everyone could only be considered as reserve members. After a month of training, some people would be eliminated. Vaughn was determined that he would never give up the opportunity to serve Lord Harvey even if he gritted his teeth and persisted until his death. When he heard Lord Pierce announce that after becoming a reserve member, he could get a full set of militia uniforms for free. During the period of loyalty to the Lord, he could not only get free food, but also receive an extra monthly, military pay. Although he didn't know how much the military pay was, when a brand new pure black thick cotton uniform and a pair of shiny deerskin boots were placed in front of him, Vaughn couldn't help but grin and giggle. He had never worn such good things that could be called clothes in his life. Most of the time, he and Duff wore a greasy and dirty leather belt around their waists, walked around with their upper bodies naked and barefoot. When trying on clothes, both of them hurried to the river and scrubbed for half an hour, even picking the mud off their feet carefully before they were willing to put on their new uniforms. But after that, Vaughn was still reluctant to put on his new uniforms and leather boots for fear that they would be worn out. Pierce beat them hard with a few sticks, but found that they would rather be beaten than wear clothes and boots. In the end, they had no choice but to let them continue to go barefoot, but they were strictly ordered to wear uniforms. Break. All stand at attention, 5 people in a row, standing training. At Pierce's command, the crooked team immediately gathered in line like a conditioned reflex. Everyone raised their heads, put their hands vertically on both sides of their thighs, and straightened their backs. Vaughn only persisted for half an hour, and he felt unbearable pain, which felt more difficult than running 10 laps just now, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Even if the sweat slid down his forehead into his eyes, he stared with red eyes and did not move. While Pierce was avoiding the sun and walking to the rest area with a roof a little further away. Duff, who was standing in front of him, couldn't help but relax quietly and was about to turn around to chat with him. A flying stone arrived late, and Vaughn didn't even need to look to think that Duff should have 2 bumps on his head now. Does Lord Pierce have eyes on his back? After another 15 minutes, some people in the team began to stagger, but no one could hold on and fall down. Everyone knew that as long as all the team members stood for an hour, in addition to barley bread and broth, there would be an extra roasted pork chop for lunch today. No one wanted to be the unlucky guy who dragged the team down and made the whole team members not have pork chops for lunch. After all, everyone ate and lived in a large bunk bedroom like a warehouse for a month. If someone hated you for dragging your feet, you might get a beating after the lights were turned off at night. No mistakes, just read it in the 6-9 book forum. Vaughn just didn't understand why the Lord asked them to train these things. Could they beat the evil orcs one-on-one just by running and standing? In the first week, some people started to complain, but after being easily taught a lesson by Lord Pierce, no one questioned the content of these trainings anymore. After all, it is the most realistic to eat soft bread, hot broth, and fragrant barbecue every day. After an hour of standing training, Pierce asked everyone to relax and rest for 5 minutes as usual. This time, no one dared to sit on the ground with their legs crossed. They all bent over and rubbed their sore and numb legs. Attention everyone! 10 people in a team, run to the cafeteria. Everyone was refreshed and immediately completed the required cue with their chests held high. The person at the front of the team even whispered a head start. Everyone shouted slogans and trotted towards the cafeteria in an orderly manner. Vaughn couldn't help but recall the chaotic scene at the beginning of the training. When Lord Pierce shouted for dinner, everyone cheered and scattered, and then rushed to the cafeteria in a mess. Of course, everyone was hungry as they wished, which was the price of not following orders. So now, as long as Lord Pierce's order is not heard, no one dares to chew even if the barbecue is forced into everyone's mouth. But the swallowing sound from time to time in the team still occasionally overwhelms the loud slogans. Be loyal to the Lord. Obey the command. Fight bravely. Protect the people. Vaughn didn't know how many times he had shouted this slogan, and he still understood the general meaning. However, as the training time got longer and longer, every time they shouted slogans and walked in front of other people in a neat line, those people cast their eyes with surprise, admiration, envy, and admiration. It made him secretly feel a strange heat in his heart, and he couldn't help but stand up higher, stand straighter, and shout slogans louder. Vaughn felt that the other militia members probably felt the same way as him. But at that time, he didn't know that this strange feeling of satisfaction was called pride. Chapter 49. Pierce, who was temporarily appointed as the commander of the new territory militia, is now increasingly unable to understand Harvey's ideas. Before, he asked himself to run around the playground with the reserve militia, and asked them to stand in the sun. Pierce could understand that Lord Harvey wanted to train a team with excellent endurance and absolute obedience. When Mr. Astaran was teaching Pierce alone, he had inadvertently mentioned that his wizard family had a complete set of methods to train knights. But it takes a full 8 years from the age of 8 to 16 to develop a warrior who is proficient in various weapons and fighting skills. With 6 more years, using a large amount of medicinal supplements and special training methods to stimulate the bloodline of this warrior, you can cultivate a qualified knight as a wizard's escort. But the most important premise is that this trainee must be from a knight family with a bloodline inheritance. Pierce recalled the stupid civilians he trained, and felt that it was purely whimsical to let them play their combat effectiveness. So when he insisted on completing 1 month of leading the team training, he finally couldn't help but come to Harvey to seek solutions. "Don't worry, and don't worry about the wrong method." Harvey patted Pierce on the shoulder. "I don't care about my background in my territory, I just rely on my strength to speak." He stood up and handed Pierce a thin booklet. "You choose 2 outstanding captains in advance, and the militia will be expanded in the future. You must learn to cultivate your own right and left hand. Look at this training manual, I think it will help you bigger." Pierce took the manual and opened it, read it quickly, and felt his head buzzing, and he was stunned. These training contents are simply unheard of. The assembly whistle was blown at 6 in the morning, and the team was assembled within 15 minutes, and then the exercises began to be around the training square. Then there is a standing military posture training, based on 1 hour, repeating several times until noon. After lunch break, he led the entire team to run a cross-country run around the territory wall, requiring all militias to be assessed, and the team members were allowed to assist and cooperate with each other, but all members must complete it and no one gave up halfway. After the lights were turned off at night, the emergency assembly whistle was blown randomly between 10 o'clock and 10 a.m., so that all militias could assemble within 5 minutes. "Sir, if you really struggle like this, it will probably take less than a week before the team will fall apart, right?" He flipped to the last page of the manual and fell completely stunned. After dinner every day, before the lights are turned off, all militia members must receive Astaran's literacy training. "Sir, what is literacy training? Could it be that they still need to learn magic?" Harvey smiled and said, "I hope they can have this talent, but this is a delusion. I just asked Astaran to teach them how to read and write, and try to understand the order documents in the future." Tommy poked her head out of the upper bunk of the wooden double bed and looked at Vaughn, who was struggling on the lower bunk. He smiled and joked, "Brother Vaughn, you haven't memorized the content of just 1 page." Vaughn didn't look up and paid attention to him, but his big wind-catching ears turned red in an instant. He felt a little ashamed. 5 days ago, all the members of the militia began to read at night, and the tall and majestic Mr. Astaran, who was as metal as Mr. Reiner, was taught to them. Mr. Astaran has a gentle temper and taught them some basic reading, writing, pronunciation and comparison letters in the first 2 classes. I also thoughtfully sent everyone a letter pronunciation table so that everyone can recite it carefully in their spare time. The task he assigned to everyone was to memorize the pronunciation table within a week. If there was no mistake, there would be a reward prepared by him. Tommy and others who were familiar with him were obviously young and flexible at the age and could basically memorize it in 2 nights. Only Vaughn felt embarrassed. It was approaching the assessment time, but he was still struggling and unsuccessful. As for Duff, he looked dark and chose to give up. Vaughn is not as careless as Duff. Since being discriminated against and insulted by Wayne's group, he has never forgotten what Lord Harvey said when he stood up for him. "After becoming my territory militia, I will teach you the best and less than the strength, and see who is the one who is not worthy of it." He cannot fail, he must be the best one, and he must not disappoint Lord Harvey. Harvey's prediction was very accurate. Over time, traces of evil orcs appearing in the Icefield Valley have become more and more frequent. It seems that the demons' offensive invasion of their territory has become even more fierce. The small and medium-sized tribes that are unable to resist have migrated southward, burning, killing and looting all the way. In a short while, the entire Divine Ridge Mountains will probably be filled with evil orcs going south. Harvey looked at his only 3 right-hand assistants with anxiety. Reiner now leads the people who have developed fields every day, manipulating the only agricultural alchemy beasts to plow the land and sow major grains such as barley and wheat. In addition to participating in Harvey's research experiments, he spent all his time in the field, and even forgot to charge several times, and could only be carried back to the main fort after the energy was exhausted. Astaran took advantage of the situation and replaced Reiner as Harvey's experimental assistant, assisting him in completing the large-scale transformation of alchemy beasts and the research and development of energy ores and new weapons. There is no mistake, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. But he still needs to find time to run between the two, while teaching literacy to the militia, and taking charge of the basic education of more than 40 children under the age of 16 in the territory. After all, Harvey repeatedly emphasized to him the importance of educating the people in the territory, so he dared not neglect it at all, for fear of affecting Harvey's subsequent arrangements. As for Pierce, he was even busier. 5 days a week, he had to keep a close eye on the daily training of the militia, and he could not relax at all. He also had to take 2 days a week to take the wolf spider beast to repeatedly search and guard the area near the glacier valley, while guarding against the evil orcs crossing the river, and rescuing the scattered refugees from the wasteland. You only regret not having enough when you need it. Harvey sighed silently in his heart as he looked at the 3 exhausted assistants. In order to defend his hard-earned new territory when the evil orcs invaded the Divine Spine Mountains in large numbers, Harvey felt that he had no choice but to take a risky move without a strong reserve of food and materials in a battle-hardened army that had seen blood. He needs to use the magic technology that is beyond the times to manufacture weapons to gain absolute advantage in war. And the magic gun that is close to being successfully developed is undoubtedly the best answer. But this also requires him to face a cruel problem. The appearance of this kind of weapon will undoubtedly completely dethrone the casters who used to be noble and powerful. This includes himself. Stalin has repeatedly expressed his anxiety and worry about this matter to him. He believes that once the matter is exposed, or the weapon technology is cracked and copied, it will inevitably lead to a violent conflict between the noble class and the caster class. The Church will also take the opportunity to stir up the situation and let the human kingdom of the entire continent fall into a full-scale civil war among the 3 interest groups. But Harvey feels that he has no choice. As long as the core technology and raw materials for manufacturing weapons are firmly in his own hands, and then these weapons are given to the army that is absolutely loyal to him. Harvey believes that he should be able to control the direction of the situation. I need to find a way to enhance my personal strength. The beginner caster is indeed vulnerable. Chapter 50. Dwarf Copperhammer felt that he had been in an extremely irritable state in recent days. All this was due to the mysterious ore that he had bought for 500 gold pounds in the Magic Network forum. That villain codenamed Kel'Thuzad. Copperhammer gritted his teeth and thought that the other party must have no way to deal with this ore, so he was willing to share it generously and harm more people. What type of mineral is it? Why can't it be analyzed no matter what method is used? Copperhammer kept going back and forth between the mineral laboratory and his study, frequently consulting information books from various periods, and also spent several extremely valuable analytical materials for experiments. He didn't dare to split it violently at all, for fear that the ore was fragile and the magical substances that might be contained in it would quickly disappear after disassembly. Is it only possible to place a bounty commission on the forum? The dwarf was half lying on the chair decadently, staring at the ore on the laboratory table in a daze. No. You must never show weakness in the forum, especially in the field of knowledge that you are best at and proud of. After all, Kel'Thuzad once disclosed ore information at the exchange meeting, and most members should pay attention to me who made a deal with him. If someone finds out that I have posted an ore analysis commission on the forum, others will not say anything. That guy Son of Fire will definitely be the first to jump out and laugh at me. Copperhammer straightened up again and stepped on the ladder to pull out an old book with a thick cover from the bookshelf. Records of Magic Mineral Research in the Age of Dragons. Copperhammer, don't waste time on that damn ore. The dwarf leader Nolly frowned and scolded. In order to guarantee the invitation quota for a new member of the forum, our points have almost been exhausted. The teleportation array is almost completely reproduced according to the original version, but it still cannot be successfully teleported. If this continues, when autumn comes and those shameless ore merchants arrive in the cave city, we will have to hold our noses and let others slaughter us. Copperhammer lay in front of the experimental table, muttering to himself like a madman. You don't understand, there is no way in this world that there is an ore whose properties I don't even understand. Even in Al-Ae, the Federation recognizes my identification ability. There are indeed several magical materials that can be used to try to analyze minerals in ancient books, but most of them are almost extinct species. Copperhammer searched the entire treasure house of the cave city and couldn't find any of them. Corrupted gargoyle eyeballs, hybrid unicorn horns, ghost-faced octopus ink, high-level vampire blood. These extremely precious spell-casting materials may only be found in the magic treasure house of legendary spellcasters. Wait. Bronze Hammer suddenly had an idea in his mind. Legendary spellcaster. Isn't there one in the Magic Network forum? He jumped up from his chair, rushed to the leader Nolly, grabbed his collar, and asked eagerly with red eyes. How many forum points do you have left? With the addition of new members to the Magic Network forum, Harvey received several payments for the purchase of magic teleportation arrays. This improved the cash flow that was a bit tight due to the rapid construction of the territory and the large-scale purchase of daily necessities. He used this money to purchase a batch of integrally cast hollow iron pipes from the Dragonstone Chamber of Commerce. This kind of metal craft can only be done by the workshop under the Alchemy Exploration Association. And the Dragonstone Chamber of Commerce has always cooperated closely with the various industries of the Exploration Association and is the most suitable middleman. Harvey is not worried about the difference in the price of the goods he paid and the high transportation costs. After all, this batch of materials is to be used to build the magic energy gun. When it comes to the important issue of strengthening his own strength, Harvey has never been stingy with money. Of course, ordinary iron pipes are not as good as the first trial-made magic gun made of alchemical metal mixed with magic materials. Because ordinary iron pipes are not as good as alchemical metals in terms of engraving inscriptions or energy conduction. The magic gun made in this way not only has a range and penetration of only half of the former, but also has a limited number of firing times of 3. After that, it needs to be recharged through the energy gathering array before it can be used again. Harvey's idea is to make 50 of them first and use them as a makeshift. After all, the evil beasts are almost sticking to his face. With a gun in his hand, he will not panic. Do you really want to hand over such a powerful and terrifying weapon to those civilians? Asterin asked again with some uncertainty. Harvey put down the assembly parts in his hand and comforted him with a relaxed expression. Why are you still entangled in this problem? I won't give out all the weapons at once. He pointed to the 5 low-profile magic guns that had just been assembled on the experimental table. Pierce needs to be equipped with one, so that he can first get familiar with how to use it and practice aiming and shooting repeatedly. The remaining 4 will be given to the squad leader and deputy captain of the militia. These people have been personally assessed and observed by Pierce, and there will be no major problems with their loyalty and ability. Harvey paused and added, don't worry, even if these weapons accidentally fall into the hands of the enemy, they don't have beetle ore as raw materials. First of all, they can't copy them, and secondly, there is no energy gathering array to recharge repeatedly, it is just a useless iron fire stick. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 6, 9, and one post. Asterin sighed slowly, as if he was completely convinced. Okay, let Pierce test the gun tomorrow. Nympho. Pierce arrived at the underground laboratory early in the morning and was fully familiar with the use of the new weapon in just half an hour. The black iron tube that can eject powerful magic energy from it can be fired by just raising your hand and aiming. Like countless times in the past, you gently snatch the brass-colored trigger at the bottom of the wooden grip. Pierce has always believed that he is talented in hunting and killing. He can use all kinds of hunting bows skillfully, and uses short swords and daggers in a very well-organized manner. Lasso throws stones almost every time, but these will take years and months. The skills that can only be mastered by repeated practice and practical combat. It is not entirely because Pierce's own understanding and experience that he can master a magic weapon in half an hour, but because this weird iron pipe weapon is too simple to operate. Pierce simulated the aiming and shooting posture that Harvey taught him. After practicing it several times, Harvey asked him to pick up a fully charged magic gun again and shoot live ammunition to see the effect. The target is naturally the extremely hard black stone wall in the observation room. Pierce stood 15 meters away, raised the magic gun horizontally and aimed it, pulling the trigger. With a light sound, a white light shot out from the muzzle. A third smooth hole appeared on the stone wall 15 meters away. It has not completely penetrated the stone wall, it seems that its power is greatly reduced. Asterin pulled out the distance measuring probe as usual and skillfully inserted it into the hole. He found that the wall, which was originally only half a meter thick, was only covered with energy beams. Penetrate half of the depth. Pierce also came to the stone wall to observe. He was responsible for cutting and trimming when building the basement. These extremely hard black stones naturally knew their specific hardness. Even Reiner had to swing the hammer with all his strength to knock down a small piece of fragment. This penetration power is really terrible. The hunter looked at Asterin in horror. Isn't even the alchemy prosthetic body of you and Reiner able to penetrate? As soon as Reiner arrived at the laboratory, He heard Pierce exclaiming here and quickly echoed, "It can only penetrate my pieced-up body, but it will not break Mr. Astarin's advanced prosthetic body." Harvey and Astarin were amused at the same time, and Reiner secretly suggested that Harvey had replaced him with better quality alchemy body. Okay, don't complain around the bush, Reiner, your new prosthetic body will not arrive in a few months, I specially customized it for you. The soul fire in Lena's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Sir, really? He seemed to want to hug Harvey, but was afraid that he would squeeze Harvey's ribs too hard, so he could only raise his hands high and cheer loudly on Harvey's side. Long live my sir! Long live my sir! I'm finally going to upgrade. Chapter 51. Harvey was dragged up from the soft bed by Reiner, and was helped to sit in front of the magic brain instrument in a daze. Recently, Harvey worked all night with Stalin to rush to make the first batch of magic energy gun weapons, causing him to be jet-lagged and exhausted. If Reiner had not been informed in advance that he must wake him up, he would have almost missed this week's forum exchange meeting. When Harvey slowly logged into the Magic Network forum, he found that the mutual greetings at the exchange meeting had ended. Magic Shield, the demon offensive in the Evil Moon Mountains suddenly weakened. Why didn't they choose to pursue the victory? The hybrid monsters joining the battlefield clearly brought them such a favorable situation. Son of Flame, maybe the hybrid monsters consume too many resources, and their supply lines may be on the verge of collapse? Frost Giant, what are you dreaming about? In this year's war, the Federation has not succeeded in any attack on the demon supply line. Son of Fire, then tell me why they suddenly weakened their offensive? Frost Giant, none of my business. Earth-loving one at Mr. Frost Giant, have you made any progress in your research on unknown minerals? Harvey found that the Frost Giant on the screen had not replied to this message for a long time. It seemed that he was talking about something else. This forum member who boasted of his superb ore identification ability also encountered problems in the analysis of beetle ore. Harvey was not in a hurry at all. He just needed to wait for the other party to ask him actively, and then ask for a high price with the research results. After all, the other party only had one piece of such ore, and Harvey was not worried that his technology would be cracked or imitated. Even if this magical beetle creature had traces in other places on the continent, Harvey believed that no one would happen to have the legendary spell-casting material high-level vampire blood, and then coincidentally conduct an analysis experiment on the ore. Frost Giant, you should ask this question to the instigator, Mr. Atkelthuzad, and let him consider whether he is willing to share. What a trick to divert attention and save face, Harvey couldn't help laughing. This forum member codenamed Frost Giant has a strong self-esteem. Kelthuzad, I'm sorry, my research progress is also very shallow. Before further results are achieved, I will not consider sharing it with everyone for the time being. Harvey is not short of points, so there is no need to disclose some high-level knowledge in exchange for points and forum reputation. After all, when it comes to reputation, who can compare with the mysterious and powerful Administrator Turing? The main purpose today is to find a way to exchange for a 3-ring powerful spell suitable for the level of a beginner spellcaster at the exchange meeting, preferably a necromancy spell, or other spells that can use death energy to cast. But directly asking for a deal will immediately expose the disguise of a high-level spellcaster, and people will see through the nature of a rookie at a glance. High-level spellcasters still need to find others in the forum to trade elementary spells. This kind of thing is a joke in the spellcasting world, so Harvey still needs to think about how to make up a reason to cover it up. Sure enough, after the exchange meeting, the Frost Giant immediately sent a communication message to contact Harvey. Frost Giant, Mr. Kelthuzad, regarding the research progress on ore that you mentioned at the exchange meeting, can you share it with me for a fee? Kelthuzad, what are you going to exchange? I don't lack points, and I don't consider direct money exchange. Frost Giant, haha, I expected this a long time ago. A spellcaster like you who can successfully explore the ruins of ancient wizards must be a battle mage, right? Harvey neither denied nor confirmed, and did not reply to the other party immediately to ensure the mystery of his identity. Frost Giant, I don't intend to explore your identity. If you don't mind, I would like to introduce another forum member to reach a satisfactory result for everyone through a 3-party transaction. Good fellow, this Frost Giant actually has such a unique and avant-garde business mind, which is really not easy. Harvey deliberately thought for a moment, and then expressed his agreement in a light tone. Not long after, the code name of Scorching Overlord lit up on the crystal plate, and this member who was suspected to be a legendary spellcaster joined Harvey's trading chat with the Frost Giant. Frost Giant, Mr. Scorching Overlord is a powerful spellcaster with a rich collection. I will provide a trading item he needs, and then he will provide a trading item that Mr. Kel'Thuzad needs. This round-robin transaction can ensure that all three of us can make a profit. Scorching Overlord, I have no objection, but I will consider whether the request made by Mr. Kel'Thuzad matches the value of the item I obtained. Frost Giant, of course, if the value of the exchanged items is not equal, I am willing to bear the price difference compensation. Kel'Thuzad, I have no objection either. Harvey had already thought of a reason to make up, but if the transaction object was the Burning Overlord who was suspected to be a legendary spellcaster, he felt that he could even be a little greedy. Kel'Thuzad, one of my necromancer friends needs to prepare a junior 3rd level necromancy spell for his apprentice, but my friend is a combat spellcaster and has little research on spells, so I hope to exchange it for a creative necromancy spell, or an improved necromancy spell. Harvey planned to ask for a sky-high price first, and wait for the other party to pay back. Creative spells are indeed extremely precious. Ordinary spellcasters will regard them as their own trump cards and will not exchange them with others at will. However, the creative spells of the primary 3 rings are obviously of the type that are more useless. After all, it is still a primary level, and its power is even far less than that of the intermediate or advanced general spells. This type of spell creation is often the result of the scraps that legendary spellcasters use for practice during the research process. Scorching Overlord, do you need combat spells or auxiliary spells? Harvey's eyes lit up, thinking that this deal might be possible, and quickly typed a reply. Kel'Thuzad, combat, the necromancer faction to which my friend belongs are all combat mages. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 forum, 1619. Frost Giant, haha, it seems that I am your comrade in arms who explores the ruins with you. Your friendship is worthy of praise. Scorching Overlord, primary 3-ring necromancy spell, creative, called Mirror Curse. The effect of casting is to create a mirror image that is exactly the same as the caster. This shadow will follow the caster's thoughts and curse the designated target. This curse will directly damage the soul level of the target creature and cannot be exempted by any primary defense spell, but it can be dispelled by the Radiant Divine spell. Harvey stared at the text information on the crystal plate and was shocked for several seconds before he came back to his senses. As expected of a legendary caster's creative spell, it is actually the most powerful curse spell among the taboo spells. This Mr. Scorching Overlord is really arrogant, so blatantly showing his ability to research and create taboo spells. Kel'Thuzad, I accept the deal. This is a spell with good power. Frost Giant, that's great. Mr. Scorching Overlord will hand over the spell to me later. I will hand it over after Mr. Kel'Thuzad and I have verified the results of the ore research. Scorching Overlord, very reasonable, let's do it. After saying that, the code name of this legendary boss dimmed instantly, and this offline speed really surprised Harvey. Kel'Thuzad, you may try more in the direction of non-human alien creatures in the analysis materials of ore, such as dragon subspecies, deformed elves, soul-eating kraken, high-level vampires. But I am not sure now, and I am still in the process of trying. After all, most of these alien creatures are endangered and it is difficult to capture them alive. Frost Giant, ha ha ha. I knew that my research direction was correct. Sure enough, it was analyzed with materials rich in magic collected by alien creatures. Harvey felt that he could see the other party dancing with joy through the crystal screen. Frost Giant, so you can't get these materials, how did you get this conclusion? Kel'Thuzad, I used some substitute materials to trigger the analysis reaction of the ore, but it didn't succeed in the end. I also have some material reserves, so it doesn't matter if there is no living body. Kel'Thuzad, I will send you a list of substitute materials that have analytical reactions so that you can observe them in the experiment. Harvey felt that providing a bunch of wrong answers and a correct answer that was extremely difficult to obtain was not a pure scam. Less than half an hour after the transaction was completed and offline, the small teleportation array made a buzzing sound, and the inscription lit up and went out. A scroll sealed with a magic seal lay quietly in the center of the teleportation array. This is also a common method used by spellcasters to keep files confidential. Once the magic seal is forcibly opened, it can never be restored, and the seal can never be applied again. The recipient will obviously find the fact that the content has been leaked. Harvey picked up the parchment scroll with the magic pattern shining on the surface, and used his fingertips to drive the magic power to gently break the seal and slowly unfold the scroll. A magic matrix with indescribable strange beauty and rhythm of lines appeared in front of Harvey. A 3-ring necromancy magic created by a legendary spellcaster, the Mirror Curse. Chapter 52. Everyone, get ready, aim your guns. Shoot. Vaughn gritted his teeth and lifted the heavy wooden stick in his hand. According to the training requirements, he put one end of it against his shoulder and kept it parallel to his eyes. This stick, made of ironwood, a specialty of the forest, is only more than 1 meter long, but it is very heavy, weighing nearly 10 kilograms. If it were a normal day, it would be easy for him to lift more than a dozen ironwood sticks at the same time. But this is the 300th time he has lifted this rough stick today. Vaughn felt a wave of soreness, numbness, and swelling in his arms, and he felt that he could not hold on any longer. Dave and Tommy beside him had heard the painful sound of gritting their teeth as early as the 200th time. But the conditioned reflex brought by nearly 2 months of harsh training still made him subconsciously obey the instructions. This strange perseverance even surprised himself. Everyone, get ready, put on the bayonet. Stab. The next command came out quickly from Pierce's mouth, and everyone immediately pulled out a spike with a ring buckle from their waist, skillfully inserted the ring into the front end of the wooden stick, and held it with both hands in unison. Kill. 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 With the low and hoarse slogan, everyone used the same force and angle to send the wooden stick with the spike in their hands forward, and quickly completed 3 stabs. Everyone rest in place. Vaughn heard a breath of relief from the surroundings, and he also breathed a sigh of relief, clamped the wooden stick under his armpit, sat on the ground and began to rub his swollen and painful arms. On the rough and calloused palms, several new blisters had been worn out. Vaughn squeezed it without care and rubbed it hard in the sand on the ground. Brother Vaughn, why are you doing this again? Tommy moved his butt and rubbed closer. The commander said that if your hands and feet are blistered, you must go to Uncle Rooney, who is in charge of logistics, to get ointment to apply. Duff also followed up and said, yes. Commander Pierce said that if the wound is not treated, it will rot. This seems to be called infection. Vaughn curled his lips and didn't say anything. He secretly thought that he was not so weak. Until now, he still didn't understand the purpose of Commander Pierce's strange method and strict training. But it must be admitted that after nearly 2 months of tossing, the entire militia team has become more decent, whether it is daily life, formation training, painful long-distance cross-country, or even today's weird gun training. All show the distinctive characteristics of this team to everyone: discipline and uniformity. Their role is definitely not a simple daily patrol, and fighting against those sporadic evil orcs who roamed around the territory. Vaughn couldn't help but recall the large-scale wars between the evil orc tribes that he had experienced in the past, where drums were beaten and horns were blown, and then a large number of warriors rushed forward, killing each other in a chaotic manner. He now felt that the level of chaos, compared with the neatness of his current team, had an ugly feeling of a scoundrel fighting at the entrance of the village. Vaughn, today is the day to pay salaries. After the training, Pierce walked to the front of the team with a briefcase and announced that the salary promised by the Lord, that is, the salary of the militia, would be paid today, and the end of each month in the future would also be set as a payday. Ignoring their fatigue after the training, everyone raised their arms and cheered. Then Pierce took out a list booklet, read out each person's name in order from the captain to the ordinary team member, and asked him to come forward to receive the salary. Ah! Isn't this a coin? Isn't this just a piece of paper? Wayne, who was selected as the team leader like Vaughn, couldn't help but ask when he and Vaughn received a stack of colorful small pieces of paper handed over by Pierce at the same time. Vaughn also subconsciously took the stack of paper, rubbed it gently in his hand, and found that it didn't have a single wrinkle. This piece of paper is so beautiful. Vaughn couldn't help but mutter. The front of the paper was painted with complex patterns and designs, and a large number symbol was printed in the middle. The back depicted the line pattern of the Lord's castle, which looked lifelike. 50? This symbol means 50. After 1 or 2 months of literacy education, Vaughn had already been able to skillfully remember the meaning of each number symbol. After all, these symbols are the easiest to remember. Pierce's cold voice also sounded at this time, and the discussion of everyone was extinguished immediately. In Lord Harvey's territory, only this kind of paper money called gold yuan can be used for consumption. You can feel dissatisfied and go to the special currency exchange office in the market to exchange these paper money for metal coins, but I can guarantee that you can't even buy a pig hair in the territory with those metal coins. The implicit meaning in the words is very obvious. Those who think that the coins called gold yuan in their hands are waste paper can now exchange them for silver coins or gold pounds, and then get out of the territory to make a living. Pierce briefly explained a few sentences, then announced the end of today's training and disbanded the militia. Brother Vaughn, can this thing really buy things? Tommy held the folded paper in his hand, still a little skeptical. Let's go and exchange it for coins. Anyway, the militia provides food and accommodation, so we can save money. Daff grinned and said disdainfully, the sir said it can be used, that is, it can be used. I don't care about anything else. I want to buy a pair of new boots. The leather boots distributed by the logistics department have been worn out by Duff for a long time under daily high-intensity exercise. He has to wait for the uniform suit that will be distributed for free next time, and he has to wait for the second half of the year. He has long been used to it now. I wore light and soft leather boots and was no longer willing to walk barefoot. Vaughn nodded. He wanted a pair of leather gloves to protect his palms, and it always made him feel a little uncomfortable when he was always frayed. The small group chatted and walked, and soon arrived at the convenience market located in the residential area on the riverside. This was just opened a week ago, but there was no goods placed on the neat row of stalls. At that time, the territory was still in the stage of distributing supplies. Everyone had no money in their pockets, and no one paid attention to an empty market. Today is different. It was almost evening when everyone arrived. There were crowds in the market, and most of them were crowding in front of a wooden shed stall, arguing about something noisy. Can I exchange them for coins? Sir, can this piece of paper be really used for food? Where is the meat? Can you change it too? Reiner, wearing a standard mage robe, sat upright in the wooden shed, standing next to him, two tall alchemy beasts standing next to him, full of intimidation. People who want to exchange it for coins come up and line up to exchange it in turn. They will never regret what the Lord promised. He turned the metal skull head, and the dark blue soul fire in his eyes slowly flashed, looking around at the crowd surrounding the wooden shed, scaring everyone to take a few steps back. In the end, a small group of people came forward with a tough bullet, exchanged the banknotes in their hands into coins, and then left the market in shame. After all, these metal coins are not circulated in the territory. If you want to buy goods, you have to exchange them from others. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Vaughn stopped and watched for a while, then pushed Tommy and asked in a slight tone, do you still want to exchange? Tommy shook his head in a hurry. He was most afraid of those metal monsters, and he didn't want to offend the old metal wizard named Reiner. Then let's go, let's buy good things and reward ourselves for the hard work this month. Several people walked to a spacious wooden shed stall and found that the stalls were made of rattan baskets of different shapes, piled with various exquisite foods. Wow! Smoked venison! It smells so good! Duff swallowed his saliva with a cunt, staring at the basket full of bacon in front of him, his eyes straightened. This is fresh tender lamb. Oh my god! It looks so fat and tender. Tommy also stared at another food basket and began to drool. Vaughn looked down along a row of food baskets and found a basket of meat with golden color on the surface, which looked extremely attractive. This is... Ha! Brother Vaughn! Why are you here? Sam poked his head out of the wooden shed and asked in surprise. Vaughn was also surprised, why is little Sam here? Sam replied with a smile, I'm working. The convenience market is specialized by lords. We are all salesmen, and we can get a salary, and sales, well, if you have good performance, there will be bonuses. Vaughn frowned and asked in confusion, didn't you let you go to school? Why don't you go there? Well, not reading is a waste. He also kept in mind the classic quotes of Mr. Asterin who taught them to read and know. Sam was not afraid of his cold face, but still explained with a smile, I only come to work at night, and I have to go to school during the day. He turned and brought out a huge flat wooden tray with various cut pieces of meat. Come on, Brother Vaughn, try these good things. Vaughn was shocked and reached out to cover Sam's mouth. What are you yelling about? These are all the goods of Lord. How dare you give them to others for food? We of you, this is, just free, tasting. Sam struggled hard to escape. The Lord said that customers who consume can taste some food for free and buy it if they think it is delicious. Vaughn was still hesitating, and Duff had already inserted it horizontally, twisting a small piece of golden flesh and quickly putting it into his mouth. Delicious. So delicious. So, crispy. Duff's eyes lit up, and he wanted to reach out to look towards the tray again. Sam immediately took the tray alertly and said with a smile, "This is fried pork chop. If you taste delicious, buy some. Please take care of my performance." Vaughn also tasted a piece, and the crispy and greasy taste made him unable to help but squint his eyes. "Too, so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious meat in my life. Look at my salary, how much is enough to buy?" He took out all the banknotes issued today from his arms. Sam skillfully took the points, 50, 10, 10, wow. "Brother Vaughn, your salary is so high, you have a full $100. He pointed to the digital wooden sign inserted in the basket of fried pork chops. "You can buy a pound of pork chops with 5 yuan. Do you really want to buy it all your salary? It will be broken if you can't finish it." Vaughn has never seen any coins in his life, so he naturally has no idea of money. He waved his hand and said decisively, 10 pounds of pork chop. I have been left with smoked venison for a long time, and I have bought it all the remaining money. Tommy came over and whispered, "Leather gloves. I will buy it after paying my salary next month." Chapter 53. Yesterday I suddenly received a notice from the editor that the book will be published at 8 o'clock tonight. This is my first time writing a book, my first time signing a contract, and my first time publishing a book. The original plan was to apply for publication when the first volume reached the climax of the plot, about 180,000 words. I am very grateful for the support and encouragement of every reader in the past month. I have also received opinions and suggestions. I plan to wait a few days and start to modify some of the previous logical bugs and details. It is not easy for a new author who writes part-time, but it is indeed more difficult than full-time big guys. I can only promise to update at least 5-6k words a day, 2 or 3 chapters. If I encounter a business trip or something delayed, I will fill it with the saved manuscripts prepared in advance, and I will never stop updating. In short, it will be published on time at 8 o'clock tonight, and I will update 3 chapters first. I took the annual leave today and wrote a lot at home. Finally, please subscribe first. Please read. Chapter 54. After the northern wasteland entered summer, the temperature did not rise much. The temperature difference between morning and evening is still very large, and most of the leaders who need to go out to work are still wearing thicker cotton coats. After completing the daily compulsory magic exercises, Harvey stood on the balcony on the second floor of the main fort and looked at the bustling crowds in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. The territory is finally on the right track of development. Asterin looked at the sun in the sky and narrowed his eyes. After the first payday, about 100 leaders chose to exchange the gold dollar bills in their hands for metal coins. Harvey shook his head, not caring much. "Let them go, I will no longer provide them with free food now, give them temporary accommodation, and pay rent monthly, and they can't last long." Asterin wondered, what if they choose to escape from the territory with their money? Just cross Jackdaw Ridge and you can go to any human country in Shannon to live. Did you forget the pioneering order issued by the Count to me? The kingdom law stipulates that as long as you sign a contract with the Lord of the pioneering territory, if you want to move out of the territory, you must pay a fine to the Lord. They can leave, but they can't take it away, but they can't take it away. Penny. At most, I just lost the free part of the food I provided, which is no longer worth mentioning compared to the profits I have gained from the Magic Net Forum. Harvey turned to Asterin and ordered, "Tell Reiner, let him arrange door-to-door counts as soon as possible, the number of people left behind, the number of people in a household, what is the name of the specific one, what is it now all work, register and bookmark. I want to know in real time every month the number of people in my territory is called a census." Nympho. In the afternoon, Harvey and Asterin came to the militia training ground with a slightly scorching sun. Seeing this, Pierce, who was training the militia, hurried forward and saluted Harvey. This area located near the wall to the north of the territory has been officially transformed into a militia training camp. 3 first-floor barracks for residential use were built, each barracks could accommodate 50 people. Currently, only 2 are occupied, and there is also an empty barracks that are temporarily used as night learning classes. It is also equipped with a canteen responsible for centralized dining in the morning and evening, and a logistics department for collecting daily training materials. Pierce set up the 80 militia members recruited by this group, including 10 people as a team, and respectively, and selected 16 people with outstanding abilities as grassroots militia officers. Now, 2 shifts are taking turns to patrol the territory on the outside of the territory day and night, and 2 separate shifts are responsible for the security patrol within the territory. Pierce clearly and fluently reported his daily arrangements to Harvey. But I am still responsible for the work of guarding and searching for the outer forests far away from the central area of the territory. The training time of the militia is too short, and I am worried that they can't deal with the evil orcs who are traversing by. Harvey frowned slightly and thought for a moment, saying, the training progress is actually not slow, but it is indeed a lack of practical experience. Pierce, starting this month, you and Reiner will start to arrange simulation practices for them. I don't want to wait until the time when I really have a full-scale battle with the evil orcs. They have suffered a lot of casualties due to lack of experience. Pierce nodded repeatedly and said yes, only then did he find that Astarin took out 5 metal iron tubes that made him look very familiar from the bag behind him. Is this the powerful magic weapon I tried that day? Harvey nodded with a smile and handed one of them to Pierce. It's called the magic gun. This one is specially made for you. It can fire 5 consecutive shots. After use, it needs to be charged on the energy-gathering array. Pierce took it with a trembling hand, gently stroked the exquisite inscription carved on the gun, and was quite fond of love. There are 4 remaining teams. You need to pick out 4 players who are good at using bows or throwing stones, and let them practice shooting repeatedly until they are fully familiar with the operation of this weapon. Of course, this is a low-end model and can only be activated 3 times in a row. Pierce asked uncertainly, does such a powerful weapon really have to be handed over to the militia for use? Of course, we are here today to let you test the gun. Astarin answered. Nympho. On the training playground, 3 wooden cages were suddenly pushed over, and there were a living evil orc inside them. These were all used by Pierce when he was on patrol during this period and was arrested and returned for Harvey to use it for experiments. The militia team stood neatly in a row on the playground, with the Lord watching from the high platform beside them. No one dared to whisper, and they all tried their best to stand up their chests to try to show themselves. But there were still many people staring at the evil orcs who couldn't stop roaring in the cage, with a hint of fear in their eyes. All team leaders, get out of the line. Vaughn was excited and took big steps with several other team leaders to the front of the team. Pierce pulled out a magic gun from the weapon stand beside him with a cold face, stood in front of the militia, and raised it high to show it to everyone. This is a new weapon given to us by Lord, called the magic gun. Let's watch my demonstration on how to use it. After saying that, he turned around and faced the cage and nodded slightly to the logistics staff beside him. The man immediately picked up a long iron hook and poked the grill of one of the cages. The evil orc inside was stunned for a moment, but reacted immediately the next second, rushed out of the cage quickly, and rushed straight towards Pierce, who was a few steps away. Some members of the militia team began to shake their bodies slightly in fear, but no one took the initiative to retreat. The hunter stood still, quickly raised the gun, put the handle against his shoulder, aimed the gun at the target, and gently pulled the trigger. Before everyone could react, they saw a thumb-thick hole in the middle of the evil orc's naked chest, with the edge slightly burnt and black, and even no blood flowed out. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. The evil orc fell on his back on the ground with a bang, without even a twitch, and immediately turned into a dead body. Pierce put the gun into the hands of the squad leader closest to him and shouted loudly, "Did you see clearly? It's your turn." The squad leader nodded tremblingly, raised the barrel of the gun in Pierce's way, and immediately pulled the trigger without aiming. After a sizzle, the corner of the originally empty cage was smashed to pieces, and wood chips flew everywhere. "I told you to hit the left, but you insisted on hitting the right, right? This week's toilet cleaning work will be handed over to you and your deputy." Pierce felt very embarrassed and shouted with gritted teeth. "Next. You come." Wayne also took the gun tremblingly, squinting his eyes and shooting at the wooden cage that trapped the evil orc. This time, he didn't even hit the wooden cage, and nothing happened. It seems that there is also a suitable candidate for the toilet cleaning work next week. Next. You step out. Dave was lucky. Although he was also blindly aiming, he hit the evil orc's arm. The energy beam shot out from the barrel directly shattered half of its arm. There was a sound of gasps in the team, and Dave's team cheered softly. "Not bad, the accuracy still needs practice. Come on. Next. Vaughn stepped out of the line and took the gun from Pierce. He first observed this strange long-handled weapon, then carefully recalled the movements of Chief Pierce when shooting, and almost imitated his posture to raise the gun and aim. Pierce narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly signaled to the logistics staff. The man immediately understood and lifted the grill of the cage with a long iron hook. The evil orc seemed to be aroused by the miserable state of his companions, and rushed out with a loud roar. Vaughn was not affected at all. He stood with his feet slightly apart, held the gun steadily, aimed at the evil orc's chest and pulled the trigger. The evil orc who was running wildly was like being hit hard by an invisible hammer. He fell backwards and fell to the ground. His left shoulder was completely shattered, and his neck was also affected, and blood gushed out. Well, it was a little bit off, but you have good courage. Pierce nodded slightly, and finally felt that his face was saved. He turned his head to look at Harvey on the high platform, and found that the adults also smiled and nodded to him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the adults are quite satisfied with these militiamen. Chapter 55. Harvey took a stall into the guard post at the edge of the territory wall. Pierce had been waiting here with 2 teams of patrolling militiamen. When they saw the Lord appear, they all bowed and saluted. What's going on? Did the guard alchemy beast trigger the alarm by mistake, or are there really evil beastmen wandering around? My lord, I'm afraid it's an evil beastman. Pierce replied calmly, from the root of the traces and the traces of the footprints, it's not one of the lone people who left the main force before. He asked his team members to carry a wolf spider beast with broken limbs over and show it to Harvey. Look, they used javelins to accurately destroy the limbs of the wolf spider beast, which shows that they are very experienced in combat and can find the enemy's weaknesses in a short time. Harvey nodded. Strengthen the vigilance and send all the vigilance alchemy beasts to the periphery. The vigilance alchemy beasts are transformed from the souls of bird creatures. They have no attack ability at all. They can only make sharp explosions when encountering enemies and transmit messages to the receivers in the main castle like a chain reaction. Harvey also asked Pierce how Jackdaw resisted the invasion of evil orcs in the past, and learned that there was no effective method at all. The evil orcs are very good at running and interspersing in the mountains. Ordinary human soldiers can't effectively pursue them. The unlucky patrol members will be sent to the sentry posts at the foot of the mountain as cannon fodder, responsible for monitoring the movements of the evil orcs crossing the mountains, but they often don't have time to pass on the message and will be directly named by javelins. The spellcasters of the Federation could not go into the mountains and forests to fight them at close range. They could only wait for the enemy to invade the villages and towns in large numbers before organizing an effective counterattack. Harvey then realized that he paid too much attention to the fixed defense measures in the core area of the territory, but overlooked an important issue. That is, from which direction the evil orcs would attack. The so-called core area of the territory now consists of the Lord's Fortress, the riverside residential area, the market area, and the militia camp near the wall. The newly reclaimed farmland is close to the gentle slope at the foot of the mountain, which is not easy for the evil orcs to bypass the core area and attack. So the best way to defend is to find a way to actively lure the enemy and guide the evil orcs from the designated direction to the designated battlefield to fight with the militia. There is a natural open flat land in the dense woods, and dozens of tall figures are busy carrying goods on this open land. A large bonfire was lit in the center of the camp. Perhaps because too much wet wood with morning dew was added, the campfire did not burn vigorously. Instead, the smoke billowed straight into the sky, making the whole camp smoky. The people carrying the goods did not seem to mind the thick smoke. They worked silently without saying a word, making the whole camp seem quiet and strange. An evil orc with an animal bone on his head and half a body of bone armor secretly hid in the bushes and peeked for a while, then retreated quietly. About half an hour later, a burst of dense footsteps suddenly came from the woods, mixed with low roars and shouts. A large group of evil orcs suddenly rushed out of the woods, shouting loudly and waving bone spears and short axes at the people in the camp. An evil orc who rushed to the front took advantage of the thick smoke in the camp, drew out the short axe at his waist and threw it out, instantly cutting off the head of a person who was standing there with his back to him, and rolled to his feet with a thud. It suddenly discovered that it was the head of an evil beastman who looked exactly like itself. Before it could react, more evil beastmen rushed into the camp and started to kill people wantonly, but some of them found something unusual and stood there at a loss. How come the people in the entire camp were all of its own kind? The evil beastman, who was obviously the leader, wearing an iron helmet and bone armor, kicked a stunned person over and dragged him closer for careful observation. He found that this person was indeed of his own kind, and his face had rotted beyond recognition, emitting a strong stench of corruption. Those who were carrying goods back and forth in this camp were all dead. A sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the woods on both sides of the camp. The leader turned his head and looked in the direction of the whistle, but suddenly his whole body shook, and he fell directly to the ground, never moving again. Another evil orc beside him quickly turned it over and found that the iron helmet visor on his head had been completely shattered. A hole as thick as a finger appeared in the middle of the visor, and blood was gushing out. The evil orc near the woods immediately drew out the bone spear from his waist and was about to raise his hand to throw it at the shaking bushes, but a burst of blood suddenly burst out from his waist, mixed with a lot of internal organs, and sprayed all over the ground. The sharp-eyed evil orcs had already seen strange long sticks sticking out of the woods, and then there were constantly fellows around him who suddenly fell to the ground with miserable howls, or their hands and feet were directly shattered, or their bodies were like a large piece of flesh and blood was taken away by the claws of a beast. It was instantly gripped by fear, and it dropped its short axe, howled, turned around and ran wildly in the opposite direction. Just after running a few steps, it felt a sharp pain in its left leg, causing it to fall to the ground sideways, howling in pain and rolling. In the camp filled with thick smoke, there was no one standing still. The evil orcs who were still lying on the ground and struggling to survive found that a group of people wearing clothes woven from leaves and grass came out of the bushes one after another, and were putting something on the tip of the strange long stick. Those people gradually walked into the camp, raised the tip of the long stick, and repeatedly poked the chest of every evil orc lying on the ground without missing a single one. How is it? Has the trap of trapping evil orcs been successful? Harvey asked anxiously at Pierce, who rushed back to report the situation of the war. Sir, I wiped out a 50-man outpost team, and no one on our side was injured or killed. Well, 2 militiamen accidentally stabbed themselves in a bayonet because of nervousness. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Harvey breathed a sigh of relief and laughed and patted Pierce on the shoulder. Now my militia team can be regarded as a soldier who has truly seen blood. Asterin also laughed out loud. The evil orcs have too low IQ, and they can't tell that the living zombies used as bait in the camp are their own tribe. Pierce calmly analyzed, it is mainly because the camp fireworks are lingering, which affects their keen sense of smell and perception. There is no way to repeat this trick next time. Harvey quickly reminded, remember to drag all those dead evil orcs back, my zombies are not much reserved. Pierce bowed and saluted, it's already on the way to deliver, sir. He raised his head again, with a hint of inexplicable fanaticism in his eyes, sir, we only sent 50 militias and equipped with 30 magic guns to strangle an outpost team without any injuries, even myself such a result was not expected. In order to prevent excessive casualties from the militia, Pierce also dispatched 20 tarantulas beasts to ambush around the camp in advance, but it was completely useless. This kind of magic weapon is too powerful, they cannot resist at all, and they don't even know what they died until they die. He murmured with excitement, if the adults can equip all militias with magic guns, I think I can lead them to advance directly towards the valley and drive them directly back to the other side of the river bank. Harvey reached out to tidy up Pierce's slightly crooked uniform collar and explained patiently, don't be too inflated. We are ambushing this time, and head-on combat will not be so easy. Next, you have to hurry up and let each one militia members have the opportunity to master shooting skills and accuracy. As for the magic gun, the laboratory is working overtime to rush to make it. I haven't had a good rest for many days. Pierce felt a little ashamed and her face turned red and apologized to Harvey. Asterin, who was standing beside him, asked quietly, what about you, Pierce, what is your record today? Pierce straightened his chest and bent down slightly to his mentor, 5 energy beams, 5 evil orcs, all hit the head, no mistakes, Mr. Asterin. Chapter 56. The energy-absorbing beetles that were raised in the underground laboratory have ushered in a new wave of breeding. Since Harvey began to feed them with a large number of low-level charging magic stones on a regular basis, he has been able to accurately shorten the beetles' breeding cycle to once every 3 months. The price paid is of course the monthly consumption of magic stones of up to 500 gold pounds, but the monthly income of the Magic Network teleportation array can just cover this continuous expenditure, and it can barely achieve a balance between income and expenditure. Since establishing a good online cooperative relationship with the Frost Giant, Harvey can also buy some low-quality charging magic stones from him at a very low discount. The energy-absorbing beetles have no requirements for the quality of these magic feeds. This forum member who always confronts with the Son of Flame at a high intensity should be backed by a huge magic stone mine or magic chamber of commerce. Stalin walked to the experimental table, looking at the magic gun just taken off the assembly line, and sighed with some regret. I didn't expect that in just 3 months, we would equip this weapon to an entire militia team. Harvey reached out and pressed the switch button on the assembly line to stop, so that all the busy working alchemy beasts would be on standby for charging. This batch of 30 magic guns will be equipped to the second batch of recruited militia in a while. A week ago, he had just issued a new conscription order, recruiting more than 300 militiamen to enrich the team, expanding the number of soldiers in the entire territory to 500. With the arrival of midsummer, more and more refugees appeared in the Jackdaw Ridge area of the God's Ridge Mountains. Many people ventured over the mountains to the human kingdom on the southern continent, but were ruthlessly expelled by the local noble lords. The crops planted in the new year have not yet reached the harvest time, and no noble lord is willing to accept these poor refugees, provide them with food and shelter for free, and take the huge risk of summer epidemics. Harvey took this opportunity to absorb a large number of refugees who were repatriated to the north, and successfully expanded the population of the territory to nearly 3,000 people. The land of the Divine Ridge Mountains and the wasteland is extremely fertile, and all kinds of resources are extremely abundant. Since the territory successfully issued an independent paper currency, it has almost achieved a relatively stable market cycle. At least for now, it has been able to achieve complete self-sufficiency in food, and only a small amount of luxury goods such as clothing, cloth, sugar, wine, and tobacco need to rely on the old partner Longxi Chamber of Commerce for import and transportation. Harvey restarted several economic projects that he had never dared to consider when he was fighting alone in the past, built cement factories and cast iron workshops, and provided jobs for the newly joined refugees while also having a certain military industry foundation. The firing of cement is very simple for Harvey at this stage. A large amount of natural limestone, gypsum ore, and clay under the mountains are ready-made materials. Let the working alchemy beast build a blast furnace and firing room, fire it uniformly at the temperature of casting iron ore, and then grind the clinker and mix it with gypsum powder to obtain a large amount of finished cement. Harvey also relied on the continuous production of cement to build new houses for the people to live in. Compared with the stone brick and wooden houses built before, they are stronger and warmer. Of course, these houses are not given to the people to live in for free. They still need to pay rent to the Lord every month, which is directly deducted from their salary. Humph, how can the new soldiers touch the magic gun? During the afternoon break, Wayne took the initiative to find Vaughn and others for the first time and expressed his dissatisfaction. Although the two had almost no contact on weekdays due to previous discrimination and conflicts, since the newly recruited soldiers entered the barracks, they, as the first members to join the militia, began to unconsciously stick together. Although Dave looked down on Wayne, he also felt unhappy and agreed, "Yes, we don't have a magic gun in our hands now, it would be a waste to give it to them, those guys who can't even aim." Wayne nodded, looked at the silent Vaughn and said, "Especially those troublemakers, they looked arrogant during the morning training. It's just that they ran faster and were praised by Chief Pierce a few words. What do you think, Vaughn? Should we teach them a lesson during the emergency assembly at night?" Because of Vaughn's excellent training results and the best aiming and use of the magic gun in the team, when the threat of newcomers appeared, everyone implicitly regarded him as the leader of their small group. Vaughn thought for a while and slowly said, "You can't have a conflict with them in private, unless you are willing to stay in the confinement room next to the toilet." The commander said that strength comes first. Only by suppressing them with real ability can we avoid trouble and make them stay in peace. The other team leaders and deputy team leaders gathered together nodded. Vaughn was indeed very steady, and his words were very convincing. But now the commander doesn't let us take the initiative to attack. We don't need to take action against those sporadic evil beastmen we encounter during patrols. The alchemy beasts can solve them by themselves. Wayne patted his thigh, still feeling a little indignant. The clever Tommy suddenly rushed in from outside the barracks, shouting excitedly, "Brothers, the opportunity to teach those new recruits a lesson is here." "What? Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly." Tommy sat in front of a group of team leaders, crossed his legs and leaned over to whisper. Uncle Rooney from the logistics department revealed that the Lord will hold a magic gun shooting competition in 2 days. Each team can choose one person to sign up, and the winner will be awarded by the Lord himself. "Wow!" everyone exclaimed in a low voice, and then gathered again to discuss in a low voice. We must make them look good this time. 2 days later in the afternoon, the citizen square in front of the Lord's castle. Many people in the territory had already learned from the public notice board what kind of shooting competition the Lord was going to hold today, and came to the square early after work to try to get a good front row seat to watch the excitement. Although no one knew what a shooting competition was, there were almost no entertainment activities in the territory, and it was always good to have something exciting to watch. Harvey sat on a temporary high platform, with the Stalin and Reiner standing on his left and right, like 2 huge metal statues in front of the throne, making people dare not look directly at them. Pierce led the militia into the square. All soldiers wore black cotton uniforms, with bayonets on their waists and long-handled iron spears on their backs. They walked in unison to the center of the square and stood in a row to block the crowd outside. Each soldier tried his best to straighten his chest and back, looking forward with a serious face, which made the onlookers unconsciously feel the solemn atmosphere and stopped making noise. Contestants, step out. 10 soldiers in black uniforms walked out of the team with their heads held high. However, the silver 5-pointed stars painted on the left chest of their uniforms showed that these 10 people were squad leaders or deputy team leaders of the militia. After all, ordinary soldiers did not have the strength and courage to compete with a group of squad leaders. If they lost and embarrassed the whole team, they might be bullied by the captain and deputy team leader one day. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1-6-1-9, one book, one forum. 50 meters away, a tall flagpole was erected, on which hung a strange ball painted bright red, which should be the target of this competition. Pierce returned to the platform and announced the rules of this shooting competition loudly with the sound recording magic stone. In the preliminary round, each contestant needs to shoot 10 times in a row at the flagpole target within the specified time. Half of the contestants will be eliminated according to the number of hits. If the scores are the same, an extra round will be played. The bright red ball on the flagpole exploded with a bang, spraying a thick red smoke, causing the people who stopped to watch in the distance to exclaim in a series of exclamations. Hit again. Although no one knows how these soldiers used the strange iron pipe in their hands to hit the ball so accurately in the air, maybe it was some mysterious bow and crossbow hidden weapon. After all, the Lord and the adults around him are all powerful spellcasters. 10 shots, 7 hits, shooting is over, the next contestant is out. Wayne put away the magic gun in his hand, returned to the contestant team, and winked at Vaughn. Vaughn finished shooting before him, with an excellent score of 8 hits, and is currently ranked first. There are still 2 new recruits who have not shot, but veterans can occupy at least 4 of the top 5 positions, which is already a warning to these newcomers. Entering the final stage, the commander Pierce suddenly announced that the shooting difficulty has been upgraded. They now need to shoot at moving targets, shooting at the new ball hanging on the flagpole that is shaking irregularly and greatly. Even an old hand like Wayne felt a little tired now. He barely hit 4 times and retreated with sweat all over his body. The 2 veterans who followed were even worse. One missed the target completely, and the other only hit once. Amid the boos of the people outside, they returned to the team with red faces. The only remaining captain among the new recruits suddenly had a burst of luck and hit 3 times in a row. After changing the gun that had run out of energy, he hit 3 more times, reaching 6 hits and temporarily ranking first. Low cheers were faintly heard from the new recruits, which stimulated the faces of the veteran captains to be darker than the bottom of a pot. Vaughn was the last to appear. He completely ignored the murmurs of discussion behind him and calmly picked up the magic gun and began to aim. 3 shots in a row, hitting 3 times. Changing guns, continue aiming. Another 3 shots in a row, all hit. A fierce cheer broke out in the crowd. Vaughn, come on. The orc did not look back, but he could hear that Wayne, who had always been at odds with him, was shouting at him. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly, and calmly changed guns again and repeated the aiming. This time he missed the target 3 times, but the last shot hit steadily. His final moving target shooting was fixed at an excellent score of 7 out of 10. The militia could no longer suppress their cheers. Several veteran squad leaders rushed out and lifted him up and threw him high. Vaughn turned his head in the chaos and saw the onlookers also gave him a thumbs up. Chief Pierce was smiling with satisfaction and nodded slightly to him. The Lord stood up from the seat on the high platform, holding a shining badge in his hand, and was smiling and waving at him, signaling him to come over. Chapter 57. Harvey was leaning over the metal lab table, concentrating on assembling the experimental device. Vaughn, the newly promoted captain of the sharpshooter team, suddenly stumbled down the stairs, startling Asterin. The two bear-shaped alchemy beasts guarding the door of the laboratory lit up their eyes, and pounced on him and knocked him to the ground at the same time. Lord! Commander Pierce is injured. We carried him back. Harvey raised his head suddenly and found that the orc captain had tiny cuts all over his body. Although it didn't look fatal, it was bloody and very scary. Where is he now? Quick! Asterin, go upstairs to get the healing potion. And the blood packs, take them all down. Harvey pulled up the knocked-down orc and hurried upstairs. Pierce was carried on a simple stretcher and placed on the floor of the main hall. Several team leaders who were responsible for patrolling the perimeter with him today were also covered in wounds, but no one was complaining or crying. They were all waiting anxiously. Harvey had noticed that Pierce did not have any wounds on his body, but his face was pale and his eyes were closed, as if he had fainted. It seems to be an internal injury. I wonder if the treatment potion can work. There was another commotion outside the door, and the second stretcher was carried in. Harvey found that it was a strange face. Who is this? The refugees you rescued in the wilderness. As soon as the question came out, Harvey found something wrong. Although the other party had fainted, he did not look like the poor refugees in the wilderness in terms of clothing or appearance. He was wearing a robe that was dirty and worn, but the material and fabric could still be barely seen. Some patterns sewn with gold thread could still be vaguely seen on the torn hem. Human nobles who were abducted to the north? How is it possible? Harvey murmured, but he was a little unsure. Astalin had already brought a healing potion, pinched Pierce's clenched teeth and poured it into his mouth, then skillfully took a thin hose, punctured the blood bag with the probe on the hose, and accurately pierced the other end into Pierce's arm blood vessels. This direct delivery of blood can help him recover faster than pouring blood into his stomach. Sure enough, after a while, Pierce woke up faintly, squinting his eyes and groaning in pain. Harvey leaned close to Pierce's ear and whispered, "What happened? Who attacked you?" Pierce opened his eyes with difficulty, and after a long pause, he replied, "No one attacked me, sir. I found this spellcaster fighting with an evil orc priest, and wanted to get closer to observe, but was unfortunately affected by the evil orc priest's self-destruction spell. It turned out that he was stunned on the spot." Harvey breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this guy was really bold and dared to get close to the battle area between spellcasters. Looking around the hall at the militia members who were also affected by the spells and had small wounds all over their bodies, he couldn't help but be speechless. Arrogant leaders can easily lead a team of arrogant soldiers. There are actually spellcasters of evil orcs nearby? Can you roughly judge the ability of the priest? Pierce recalled for a while, and then slowly answered, "It seems to rely entirely on a strange wooden stick in his hand to cast some poisonous mist and some venom, which will make the grass and trees wither instantly. It seems to be a low-level spellcaster with a poisonous attack weapon. What's the matter with this human spellcaster? What is his combat spell? He seems to be able to manipulate the trees and thorns around him, tie up the priest tightly, and force the other party to self-destruct in order to die together. Natural spellcaster." Harvey narrowed his eyes and felt that something was wrong. Hearing this, Asterin on the side immediately walked to the man and squatted down, reaching out to lift his thick and messy hair. Suddenly, one pointed ear was exposed, while the other ear was a little incomplete, as if it had been cut off in half. Asterin sneered and said self-deprecatingly, "Mixed elves, no wonder. The elves are the most stubborn ancient race. They have been active in the southern continent since the Dragon Era and are born with the talent for casting natural magic. But they strictly abide by the principle of not marrying different races. Even between different branches of elves, they are absolutely not allowed to marry each other. But there are always some immortal species whose minds are blinded by love, who can't help but fall in love with humans with short lifespans and give birth to half-human, half-elf hybrids. The ending is of course as miserable as mixed-blood races like Asterin. At the least, they will be expelled and exiled, and at the worst, they will be imprisoned and executed. But the elves did it even more. They had a strong agreement with the human kingdom and the Federation. No one is allowed to take in or help these hybrid offspring who are accused of polluting their blood, otherwise they will be openly against the elves. It seems that this unfortunate hybrid elf has no place to stay in the southern continent, so he ran to the northern wilderness to make a living. I just don't know where he got this luxurious wizard robe from." Harvey asked the wounded soldiers to carry his superior back to the barracks to rest, and he nodded to Astalin. The other party immediately understood and activated the communication device installed on the prosthesis to call Reiner, who was working outside. Egno woke up from his coma and just opened his eyes. He found that his head was pressed against the temples by two black iron rods, one on the left and one on the right. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. Where is this? What are you going to do? He didn't think that the two iron rods could pose any threat to him. He subconsciously twisted his body and wanted to struggle to get up. But I found myself tightly tied to a long metal table and couldn't move. Only then did he see two tall, terrifying and weird human-shaped metal skeletons standing on both sides, two strange balls of red and blue flashing in their eyes. Sir, please be more at ease. If you let me see a lip of your lips chanting a spell, your head will probably explode immediately. You can't even use the 9-ring healing technique to fight back the kind of thing. This metal skeleton can actually speak. Could it be that the life-refining experiment of the Alchemy Secret Association was successful? Egno understood the other party's threat and immediately pursed his lips obediently, his eyes rolling. Harvey then walked up to him with confidence. What's your name? Mr. Mixed Elf. Harvey was not surprised at all when he saw the other person's face suddenly turned pale. Egno Midrose, is a free caster from Alay. Harvey raised his eyebrows curiously and asked, are you from Alaya? Haha, when will the Federation allow the mixed-type elves to be taken in? Egno's face turned from pale to red, as if he felt that he had been verbally insulted, but the iron tube pressed him gently, and he did not dare to refuse to answer. I used a magic disguise and never dealt with the advanced casters of the Federation. I just secretly learned magic in Alaya. How did you run to the northern wasteland? Your identity in Alay was exposed. Harvey pointed out the problem in his words keenly. Sure enough, the other party's body was shocked and said, that's true. The teacher who taught me magic wanted to hand me over to the Federation for treatment. I would be transferred to the elves. I don't want to go back to that place and be imprisoned in the darkness. In the dungeon. Harvey chuckled and said, but there is no human spellcaster organization in the north. If you run to the territory of the evil orc, don't you take the initiative to die. Mixed elves tried to argue for their seemingly stupid behavior. I saw in a historical book that before the establishment of the Federation, a huge family of wizards moved to the north and established a building called Yanjai. The Wizard Kingdom of the city. I want to find the legendary Wizard Kingdom, maybe there they will accept me and let me learn more about magic. Harvey was stunned, subconsciously looking at Asterin, who was looking at him at the same time, and then he saw the other party shook his head slightly and immediately understood it. Mr. Egno, I have to say that you are fantastic. There is no Wizard Kingdom in the northern wasteland for a long time. They were destroyed by the invasion of the demons. Chapter 58. Speaking of which, your teacher is really not a human being. Reiner looked at the hybrid elf Egner with sympathy, and felt quite sad about his tragic experience. He respected and loved the magic teacher as his father, and risked his identity to be exposed. He used the healing magic of the elf's innate talent to save the teacher's son, who accidentally fell off the horse and was seriously injured and dying, but was discovered by the teacher and reported to the Union. If Egner had not had a transformation magic weapon passed down from his father's family, and had not escaped from Alay in advance with a clever disguise, he would have been escorted to the elf city of Lorien and imprisoned. Egner sighed and didn't want to talk about the past that made him depressed. I have enchanted all these seeds. After the harvest of this batch of crops in late summer, you can allocate a piece of land separately to try to plant these enchanted seeds. Although Harvey has publicly stated that as long as Egner always has good intentions, he is willing to take him in as a hybrid elf spellcaster with nowhere to go, and can keep his identity confidential. But Egno has been here for nearly half a month. Apart from wandering around the territory every day, no one has arranged anything for him to do. He eats exquisite food brought from the teleportation array all day and sleeps on a soft and comfortable bed in a single bedroom, which makes him feel ashamed of eating and drinking for free. He was not allowed to enter the underground laboratory. He wanted to go to the barracks to see the soldiers who carried strange iron rods all day, but was politely asked not to get close. Egno knew very well that he had not been completely trusted and accepted by the people here. When he finally couldn't bear his emotions and wanted to find Lord Harvey and take the initiative to seek a job for himself, Reiner came to him. He handed him a batch of crop seeds of various types and asked him if he could enchant them to drive away pests and diseases for crops and increase yields. Egno was not unfamiliar with the natural magic of the growth system. His mother was the agricultural officer in the tribe who was responsible for catalyzing the golden tree. If there was an amplification magic tool to assist in casting spells, he could even directly catalyze a seed into a sapling with a certain growth year in a few minutes. This batch of seeds can resist most natural pests and diseases, but cannot resist low temperatures. After all, I am not able to make such improvements yet. I cannot guarantee the yield completely. You need to wait until the harvest to observe the results. Reiner nodded with satisfaction and called 2 people from the Ministry of Agriculture to prepare to move the bags of seeds. Wait. Egno hurriedly stopped Reiner and asked a little embarrassedly. Can I go to the farm with you? I have nothing else to do. Maybe I can help. Reiner was stunned for a moment, as if hesitating. Egno quickly added, I won't disturb other people's work. Don't worry. Let me see the crops in the fields. After all, I am a natural spellcaster. Well, okay, follow me. Egno combed his loose hair, making sure to hide his pointed ears, and followed Reiner to the farm at the foot of the mountain. Only when Egno arrived at the farm did he realize that the scene of farmers working hard under the scorching sun and looking dusty did not appear. An endless golden field was divided into dozens of plots in a very regular manner. A 1-meter wide water channel brought clear water from the mountain. After passing through several small mills, it was dispersed into several tributaries and merged into the ditch beside the farmland. The gentle slope near the foot of the mountain was repaired into a terraced shape, planted with some green vegetables. Several short but extremely long-armed humanoid alchemy beasts were shuttling through the vegetable fields, picking fresh vegetables skillfully. The day of barley harvest was approaching. Several farmers wearing straw hats observed the maturity of wheat ears along the ridges and discussed the best time to harvest. Seeing Reiner and others approaching, he hurried over to bow. Such a large field can only be taken care of by a few farmers. Egno found it incredible. Reiner pointed to the woods next to him and laughed, the heavy physical work is done by alchemists. It's too hot in the afternoon in summer. Most of the farm workers are picking fruits in the woods now. Egno stood on tiptoe and looked into the woods. He found that there were indeed people moving inside, and bursts of rough laughter broke out from time to time. A good harvest does bring joy to people. But what he didn't expect was that after a while, the joy that infected him turned into fear. Wheatear felt that his whole body was shaking, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead to his eyes, but he didn't dare to close his eyes. The screams of his companion Wagwa on his back had become hoarse. He quickened his pace again, wishing that he could grow 8 legs like the alchemists patrolling in the woods all day. He felt that he deserved to die. Lord Reiner had repeatedly reminded him, so why did he still neglect it? At first, he was still smug about being assigned to control the alchemy beast. Since the installation of the big machine with a metallic sheen in the mill, their work has become much easier. No longer need to repeatedly step on the water wheel to transport water from the lower part to the terraced fields on the hillside, nor do they need to push the heavy stone mill to grind wheat flour. This iron tower-like alchemy beast only needs to put a crystal gem in it, and it can quickly use the bell to pull the water wheel and the stone mill, so that they can work non-stop. Lord Reiner demonstrated to them several times that once the work lasted for more than 2 hours, the crystal gem needed to be removed and replaced with an icy cold ice gem, so that the guy could be cooled down and not get overheated due to overwork. Wheatear had kept these words in mind. But today he failed to do his job. As the harvest season was approaching, everyone had very little work to do every day and their attitudes were much more relaxed. After Wheatear installed the first crystal gem, he secretly ran out of the mill and lay in the wheat grains, dreaming about his future life. Wagwa, who had just been assigned to his work, heard the heavy breathing of the big guy in the mill, but did not wake up Wheatear. He ran to check it out by himself. As a result, just as he was about to take off the crystal gem, the big guy opened its black iron mouth, and a thick white high-temperature steam whistled out, directly spraying towards Wagwa. Maisui was awakened by a heart-wrenching scream, and he rolled into the mill, where he found smoke billowing. Wagwa was lying on his back, covering half of his face and rolling around. He rushed over to pry open Wagwa's hands, and instantly felt horrified. Half of Wagwa's face, the skin was already stuck to his palms, and when he pried it open, half of the rotten skin was instantly peeled off. His shoulders, chest, and right arm were also all bloody and fleshy, his clothes and rotten flesh were stuck together, and blood slowly seeped out. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Other people who heard the news gathered together, and everyone realized that Wagwa might not be saved. Fire, Everyone, it's on fire, put out the fire. Wogwa endured the severe pain, still holding Mai Sui's hand tightly, and kept muttering. The mill was full of grain, and there was a barn next to it, so there must be no fire. Mai Sui's eyes instantly turned red. He struggled to carry Wogwa on his back and asked everyone to cool down the guys and put out the fire in the mill. He carried Wogwa on his back and ran out. He ran into Reiner, who had also heard the news. My lord! Weevu! It's all my fault! Weevu, save Wogwa, he's only 20 years old. Reiner saw the miserable state of the injured on his back, and the fire in his eyes gathered. He said angrily, Steam burns? What's going on? Why don't you operate the alchemy beast according to the regulations? When he was debugging this kind of alchemy beast before, he often overheated the alchemy beast because he couldn't control the time accurately, but for Reiner, it was nothing more than a free steam sauna. But for ordinary people, this would be fatal. Please, Lord, please give me a magic potion to save Wogwa. Mai Sui put down the Wogwa on his back, which had gradually become silent, and kowtowed on the ground. It's too late to go back to the main castle to get the potion. Let me try. Egno came forward, squatted down, and covered half of Wogwa's bloody face with his hands, but he turned his head and stared at the ground. What kind of magic is this? Reiner asked in confusion. A dark green mist gradually condensed in Egno's palms. The mist seemed to be alive, flexibly leaving his palms and gently covering Wogwa's eroded face. Then the wound immediately changed. The scalded facial skin kept falling off, and new skin grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge blisters on the neck immediately shrank, gradually covered by new granulation, and finally disappeared. Wogwa no longer trembled in pain, and his breathing became gradually stable, as if he fell into a deep sleep. But in just a few minutes, Egno fell to the ground with sweat all over his head, looking at Reiner for help. I don't have enough magic power. Can you give me a magic stone? Reiner immediately took out a magic stone from his waist bag, handed it to him, and asked again. Does your healing method have to be accompanied by the action of twisting the neck? It's amazing. Egno blushed, looked around at the people around him, and reluctantly explained. No, I just fainted. Chapter 59. Harvey suddenly received several messages from forum members on the My Brain. But it was not sent to a trumpet named Kelthugid, but it was sent directly to Administrator Turing. Strange, why did they suddenly want to contact the administrator? Harvey clicked the message in confusion. Scarred Master, dear Mr. Turing, I recently intercepted the precise coordinates of a rift in a different space while roaming on MagicNet. I want to share it with other members at this week's exchange meeting and invite them to explore the rift together. Harvey was stunned for a moment. Why did this legendary spellcaster who was usually taciturn suddenly learn to report something? If you want to explore, go. What does this have to do with Administrator Turing? However, when clicking on the next message, Harvey instantly understood why they were doing this. Hand of Elements, dear Mr. Administrator, I, with Mr. the Master of the Hot and Captain of the Ghost, are preparing to cooperate to complete an exploration of entering the MagicNet Rift. I would like to pray for your protection before this, but I don't know what price I need to pay in exchange for it. Captain Ghost also sent the same message, but his words were even more humble and earnest. You three are legendary spellcasters and 2 advanced spellcasters. Enter the MagicNet to explore the rifts of the different spaces. Do you want to be so cowardly? You also need to seek protection in advance. Thinking of the time when I first started studying the Magic Network Forum, I chose to explore the Magic Network alone with a commendable courage. Of course, the main reason is that you can't help the senior boss. Harvey smiled helplessly. He was obviously just a junior spellcaster in reality, but now he was stolen by 3 bigwigs, which was quite a bit unlucky. Forget it, I have to try to bite the bullet and pretend to be like this. After all, I am short of money now, and people are dead for money and birds are dead for food. Harvey still has a strong trump card in his hand. That is the energy beam attack that can cross the space plane and directly use in the magic net, pure compressed magic energy from the beetle ore. He thought about it for a while before he hit the button and replied to the 3 of them in a unified manner. Administrator Turing, you cannot provide the price that interests me, but I am willing to follow the principle of equivalent exchange. I will watch your actions, take action at one time, £50,000, and if nothing happens, the price will be halfway. Within half a minute of the message being sent, Harvey immediately received a reply from the 3 of them in unison. We accept it. Thanks to Mr. Administrator for his generous help. Friday night's forum exchange meeting arrived as scheduled. Harvey was not interested in watching the daily communications of the forum members. He had to prepare in advance for the upcoming Magic Network exploration activity after the exchange meeting ended. He asked Reiner to temporarily transform the Magic Brain host and soul transfer device, and connect himself with the Magic Brain N0 machine servers, so that after the mental power enters the Magic Network, he can schedule in advance at any time. Stored beetle or energy. This is considered a magic version of the brain-computer interface. Harvey, who had been rude in battle, muttered in a low voice. Renner, after I enter the Magic Network, if you observe abnormal energy fluctuations, you and Astarin will immediately help me disconnect from the Magic Brain. Do you know? It was the first time that Reiner saw that Lord Harvey personally brought a helmet for the soul transfer instrument, and took the risk of connecting the transfer equipment with the Magic Brain server, and he couldn't help but rub his hands nervously. Astarin was much calmer, but he stood next to the energy closing switch of 0 throughout the whole process, without moving his footsteps. I have to enter the Magic Net early, too. Harvey nodded slightly to the two competent assistants, raised his hand and held the connector, closed his eyes and started meditation and guidance. A familiar vertigo came, and when Harvey opened his eyes again, he was already in the Magic Net plane. After a brief observation of the positioning magic pattern that belonged to me, I found that it was completely different from the past. Harvey's magic pattern was originally a silver-white hexagram shape, representing the main star symbol of death energy. Later, after learning and analyzing the three-ring magic provided by the Master of Burning Hot, a round sphere representing the instant spell ring appeared in the center of the hexagram. But now my magic pattern is no longer as familiar as usual, but has changed from a plane to a three-dimensional one, and is a polyhedral with many strange stars with prominent edges and corners. The edges and corners on those stars are still changing, sometimes shrinking and sometimes protruding, as if the magic pattern itself has independent vitality. How could this happen? When I meditate on weekdays, I didn't feel the abnormality of the magic pattern at all. Could it be that it is because it is connected to the zero machine energy gathering array and also introduces the beetle energy? Harvey didn't have time to think about the reason for this change carefully. He had to lock the positioning magic patterns of the three members through the forum in advance before the exchange meeting ended, otherwise they would not be able to find them in a while. Knowing that this exploration was initiated by the Master of Crimson, Harvey first locked the positioning coordinates of the legendary spellcaster, wrapped his unrecognizable magic pattern with his mental power, and rushed toward the coordinates quickly. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. When he saw the magic pattern of the Burning Master, Harvey was almost frightened and immediately disconnected the magic network. How could it be him? Harvey stayed far away from the magic pattern and did not dare to step closer to the first half. The strange Trinity magic pattern I encountered when I first explored the magic network. It turned out to be the magic pattern of the legendary spellcaster, Mr. Scorching Lord. He seemed to have tried to invade his magic pattern and directly erode his real coordinates. High-level spellcasters are not easy to mess with. Of course, it was my own fault for being reckless and being mistaken for a hostile existence. Harvey immediately decided not to show up in this exploration, but to lock the coordinates from a distance and follow and observe. Anyway, even if he was discovered, his current magic pattern form would not be recognized by the Scorching Lord. Sure enough, not long after the exchange meeting ended, Harvey, who carefully hid his own magic pattern in the distance, sensed two extremely powerful mental powers shuttling in parallel. A crystal-like transparent water drop-shaped magic pattern, with a magic ring matrix engraved with several wave symbols inside, should be the elemental spellcaster Ghost Captain who is good at water magic. The other diamond-shaped dark purple magic pattern should be Mr. Elemental Hand. There are also several magic rings engraved in his magic pattern, which keep flashing with flickering light. You too, the longer you stay in the magic network space, the greater the danger. Let's start immediately. The Burning Lord communicated with the two members who came to join through mental power. But Mr. Turing doesn't seem to have appeared yet. The Ghost Captain hesitated. Even if Mr. Turing appears, we won't be able to sense him easily. The Burning Lord said, I have some doubts that he won't even exist here in the form of magic pattern. The Elemental Hand was surprised and said, You mean, he may exist in the magic network in his original form? The Burning Lord was silent for a moment, and sighed faintly. You don't think that this mysterious existence who created the magic network form is a human spellcaster like us, right? Chapter 60. The three spellcasters did not have much time to chat. After the Burning Overlord simply described the observation of the space rift behind him to the other two, the three magic patterns guided by the spiritual power immediately approached the rift and prepared to enter. I have been observing the entrance of the rift for several months. The space turbulence and energy fluctuations inside are very weak, otherwise I would not invite you to explore together. In the magic network plane, any impulsive and reckless behavior and choice will lead to unpredictable dangerous consequences, which even high-level spellcasters dare not easily bear. But the gains from exploring space rifts are also extremely rich. The space rifts that are fixed in the magic network often have a specific coordinate that is directly projected in the real world, and these real coordinates often correspond to the treasures left by independent ancient wizards, or the nests of some magical creatures that can physically shuttle between the two worlds. As long as the explorer completes the coordinate analysis, he can grab a large amount of precious and abnormal magic materials and spoils from the real plane. There is also a lot of magical information in the space rift that can be interpreted by explorers. It can be said that the danger is proportional to the reward. After Harvey and the other three high-level spellcasters entered the rift, they made sure that their positioning perception was not disconnected, and then slowly approached the rift. But he still waited cautiously for a while, and made sure that there was no sudden situation before entering the rift. The space in the rift was not quite what Harvey expected. There were still a small number of energy pipelines from the magic network space, distributed in the rift like tentacles. It is estimated that it is entirely due to these energy tentacles that the rift and the magic network can achieve spatial connection. Harvey followed the positioning traces of the three form members and shuttled forward along the areas they explored. He felt that this space rift was as silent as death. Everywhere was in an eternal state of stillness as if the pause button was pressed. Except for the several tentacle-like magic network pipelines across the sky, everything was laid out in black and white in the rift. Harvey flew slowly and low over the grey and cracked ground, sensing that the three magic patterns were located in front of a huge shadow that looked like a mountain in the distance. The location of this mountain is the only area in the entire space rift where energy fluctuations and space turbulence exist. About every half an hour, these turbulent fluctuations will suddenly appear, and even affect the magic network plane outside the rift. I suspect that this was once a battlefield relic of an ancient wizard and a powerful alien creature, and there should be corresponding real coordinates. The Burning Lord cautiously gave his own judgment and guess. The Hand of Elements asked tentatively, so we must complete the coordinate analysis within half an hour, and then decisively leave here. Yes, we can't be too greedy. Being able to obtain the real coordinates of such a relic is already a rich harvest. The ghost captain seemed to be cautious by nature, firmly suppressing the greed deep in his heart. Then let's not delay, let's start using mental power to analyze and locate immediately. Harvey found in the distance that the magic patterns of the three high-level spellcasters were scattered and surrounded the pale mountain from different angles. A strong mental power fluctuation surged from their magic patterns, gathering into a net and covering the mountain. This is the way high-level spellcasters analyze the coordinates of the magic network. Harvey squinted and observed carefully, trying to obtain some useful magic knowledge from it. He remembered that when the Burning Overlord tried to erode his mental power, he also used the same method to condense his mental power into countless tentacles and weave an invisible net to cover himself. The moment the mental power net woven by the three people touched the mountain, a sudden change occurred. A huge gasp suddenly came from the mountain, with a strong mental power fluctuation, spreading to the surroundings. The magic patterns of the three spellcasters almost lit up a layer of crystal shield at the same time, resisting this sudden mental power fluctuation. The shield covered by the teardrop-shaped magic pattern representing the ghost captain seemed to be shaky. The Scorching Lord immediately separated two beams of energy, connecting the three people together, and realized the same frequency defense of the shield. As expected of a legendary spellcaster, his perception and reaction speed far exceeds that of ordinary mages. Harvey couldn't help but secretly admire. The strange mental power fluctuations immediately retracted, and after a few breaths, they immediately spread out, repeating this several times without stagnation. The mental power fluctuations of this mountain are regular, as if breathing. Is it alive? If it keeps breathing like this, the three high-level spellcasters will definitely not be able to hold on. After all, mental power is different from magic power. It cannot be replenished at any time with charging magic stones, and can only be restored bit by bit through meditation. Fortunately, under the leadership of the legendary spellcaster, they can still barely hold on, and these waves of mental power shocks are like the tide. A crystal blue cyclone suddenly flew out of the magic pattern of the Burning Lord. This cyclone kept rising to a high altitude, gradually expanding and growing until it enveloped the sky like a tornado. As the cyclone rotated at high speed, the mental power fluctuations that had been constantly hitting the shield were strangely pulled into the sky and absorbed by the cyclone. Harvey looked at the cyclone hovering in the sky with some envy, and recognized that it was a powerful magic weapon projection unique to the legendary spellcaster, which could introduce high-level magic weapons in reality into the magic network space to provide help for the spellcaster. Mr. Scorching Lord has definitely explored the alien space cracks in the magic net more than once. His knowledge and experience, coupled with such a powerful magic weapon projection, are probably the reason why he dares to go deep into various crack spaces again and again. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. The strange panting sound in the mountain stopped instantly, and those fluctuations with a specific frequency also disappeared. The 3 high-level spellcasters also breathed a sigh of relief, communicated with each other for a while, and decided to continue to complete the coordinate analysis while maintaining the shield. Harvey saw this scene and felt that their previous caution seemed a bit redundant. I am afraid that this action does not require a rookie like himself who is a master of disguise to take action, and he can grab a lot of exploration gains. The invisible net woven by mental power continued to cover the mountain until it was completely wrapped up, like a deep-sea monster caught in a fishing net. The entire pale and grey space began to vibrate slightly. Harvey suddenly sensed an ominous sign from the magic pattern, as if some strange existence had triggered the projection of the main star representing destiny in the magic pattern. Not good. Harvey immediately looked at the location of the 3 high-level spellcasters and found that the mountain suddenly cracked with countless fine dark red cracks. One by one, tiny black and red granulations and short whiskers suddenly protruded from the cracks, making the entire mountain seem to be covered with black and red vegetation in an instant. The mountain made a strange shaking sound that ordinary people could not hear. Those black and red granulations and short whiskers trembled synchronously at a strange frequency, as if they were blown by the wind and swayed with it. Harvey felt sick at a glance. If his original body was here at the moment, he would probably have goosebumps all over his body. He felt the vibration from the depths of his mental power and soul. His thinking and cognition seemed to be tightly imprisoned, and even the light of the magic pattern dimmed. The 3 high-level spellcasters who were closer to the mountain were in a more disadvantageous situation. The mental shields of the lower-ranked Ghost Captain and Elemental Hand were instantly broken, and the entire magic pattern began to tremble violently. The light flowing inside was flickering, like a candle in the wind. The Scorching Lord immediately drove his own magic pattern into the expanding cyclone in the sky, using the magic weapon projection to resist the vibration. Harvey now had only one thought in his mind. His teammates might be about to explode. Should he retreat quickly?